Hey guys, good morning. Good morning. Did my redirect not work? It didn't redirect on my computer. I guess I did something wrong. I'm sorry. So, we are. Hi, my name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Hello, all my profilers and my lurkers and my replay crew. Hey guys, you're all welcome and appreciated and loved. I don't know what happened. I thought I made a portal. I must have screwed it up. I am sorry. So we are getting ready for um closing arguments of the Widow's Words murder trial. Hey Judy, hey Terry, hey Jill, hey Wiggles, hey Robbie. Look, all my favorite people are here. Wow, cool. Danker admitted to investigators that he planned and assisted Karina in the shooting. However, he is using an alibi defense in his trial. He claims he was at his parents' at the time of the shooting. He planned and assisted. That makes him guilty. But he's pleading not guilty. Dumbass. That still makes you guilty, dude.
There are 4 lights!
Wrong clip. Wrong clip, Debbie. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Dumbass! You dumbass! You're a dumbass. Such a dumbass. You're an ass.
So, I'm confused. Is he gonna get up on the stand and say, yeah, I helped her plan it, but that's all I did? Like, hey, Jennifer, welcome back. What is. Uh, this is the weirdest murder plot in the history of murder plots. What the heck? I'm speechless. Like, it makes no sense. That makes you guilty too, dude. Yes, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. How do you say, yes, I helped her plan it and I assisted her, but I'm not guilty? That's guilty. Oh, wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's like my Venmo card. I found out I had $60 on my Venmo card the other day I didn't know I had. It's good to have some backup money that you didn't know you had just for emergencies. That's what I told Travis. I was like, I wasn't going to tell you this. I do that all the time. I'm like, This fuzz on my tongue from my yarn is gonna drive me nuts. I do that all the time. Um, I'm like, I'm not gonna tell him, but I'm just like so super honest that I end up telling him stuff anyway. Um, I can't keep a secret. So I told him, I'm like, guess what? I have money on on my Venmo card. People been giving me money. I didn't know it. He's like, well, keep it. Let it build up. I swear, my phone. No wonder it's a piece of junk now, because I drop it every 5 minutes. Yeah, just like OJ. I don't. How do you confess that you helped somebody unalive somebody and then plead not guilty? I They're just gonna play his interview during the trial. This is like a total waste of money for the taxpayers. That's the part that aggravates me. This is why everything costs so dang much. Because of people like this. Well, we know she's not. That dang overreacting. The thing that got me with her, it wasn't just all the screaming and theatrics that she did on the 911 call. It was when they were trying to question her at the scene and they sat her in the patrol car and I didn't notice if she ever actually sat in the patrol car, but they took her, cuz they did it right, unlike Canton, Massachusetts. They took Aaron Cooper and they put him, I don't know, part of the body cam. They were talking to him on the porch. I don't know if they ever like officially put him in a patrol car to talk to him, but they were talking to him on the porch and then they were going to put her in a patrol car. I don't know if she ever actually sat in it, but she like collapsed on the ground. And I was just like, "What are you doing, lady? Why are you on the ground? What the heck?" And then the dog came up because the dog was all worried about her because she's flopping on the ground like a fish. And it's just like, oh my God. What the heck? In most states, though, I don't know about Iowa, but in most states, that's the same thing. What did they call it in Colorado? Because we just watched that one trial. Megan somebody. Why can I not remember? Because it was so dang fast. That trial was what, 4 days long? We watched it during the Karen Reed jury deliberation. We watched a whole trial while they were deliberating on Karen Reed. Megan somebody. Uh-huh. And I think I could be totally off base here, but I think that's why she has cried so much during this trial. Because to have that much of a emotional response, it would look unbalanced for her to not be at least weeping some during the trial when she sees the pictures. But you know what I mean? Because, like, if she were to just sit there with no emotion now it would seem like a paper cut or something on my thumb. It would seem like, well, she was so upset then. Why is she not having any emotion now? And it's not over the top emotion. Well, it's been 3 years, so it's in balance with the way it was at the time. You know, that's what I'm thinking. She absolutely is, but I think she's trying to do it in a level, in correlation with the level that it was at right when he died. Like 3 years later, it's still an emotional response. It's a smaller emotional response. Good, 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 good. I don't. It's horrible. It's horrible that she did this with the kids in the house, and that their oldest son was the one that came downstairs and slipped in his father's blood. That's awful. I saw one tear, Jill. One. I had just said I don't see tears, and then one tear fell. One tear. Yeah, I know. But if you say you didn't do it and then later you said you did, that makes sense. Yeah, I lied. But you can't say, oh, I helped her plan it, and then no, I didn't. Saying I lied that I did it and then saying you didn't do it, that's not believable. Um, 12 at the time. That so that was the kid that testified that we didn't get to hear because he was a minor, so he's 15 now. And they didn't let us watch him. So, yeah. Cuz he heard the noise and he came down to see what was going on. Of course, and then so the other kids, the other two, I don't know how old Ryan's child was from his first marriage, and I guess they didn't live with them. So the two youngest ones slept in the bedroom with her, and then Cade slept downstairs on the couch. Yeah, so, but that night he didn't sleep on the couch. But she said he was on the couch when she went to bed. So, when and why did he get up and go to his room? Because that wasn't normal for him. Which I guess they asked him when he testified, but we don't know. And then he heard the noise. I guess he didn't hear the bang, which was the shot, but he must have heard his mom screaming. And then he came downstairs and he slipped in the blood. And then she took him upstairs and put him in the master bedroom with the other two kids. And she went in there, locked the door, then called Ryan's brother, and then went back downstairs and then called 911 with the whole screaming hysterically thing. Well, he snored. He snored. That was why. You know, so is he charged with conspiracy then that he's pleading to and then not pleading to murder? I don't know how that works. You know, I snore, Travis snores. I don't understand that. I've never had a problem. I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on if you're a light sleeper or not. I have a CPAP and I still snore. All right, don't start with me now. Come on.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat. All right, we are back on the record with our jurors present, counsel and parties present, also with a little noise from the construction outside present. So bear with us. And it's my understanding that at this point the defense has an additional witness to call. Is that correct, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your witness.
What?
All right, the defense calls Chris Lyon.
Can you do that after you rest? Did they rest?
Good morning, Mr. Lyons. Just come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would. And turn on that microphone if you can there at the bottom and adjust it however you'd like. There you go, sir. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Lyons, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
And for the record, sir, can you please provide us with both your first and last names and spell them?
Christopher, Kristofer, Lyon, Lyon.
Ms. Watt, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, how are you employed?
I work as a investigator for the Public Defender's Office, and I'm also a digital forensics examiner for a consulting firm.
Can you tell me about your training and experience that gives you the ability to do the digital forensic analysis?
Sure. I started out with kind of the proprietary training, like with the companies that make software for digital forensics. So I have some training from Cellebrite, one of the main players. And then I have some what they call vendor neutral training, just like international organizations that teach on digital forensics, but aren't specific to a brand.
I didn't hear what was the last part that you just said?
And then I have training from like international organizations like IACIS that's vendor neutral.
And how long have you been doing this forensic analysis?
Hold on a second. Can you folks hear? All right. You can hear. Yeah, I should be clear what I'm asking. What you can hear. Yes. Can you hear the witness? All right.
Don't tell them they're going to have to
I'm going to ask that everybody sit tight. I'm going to go see if there's something I can do about this. There's no guarantees, but I will try.
You've got to go.
Feel free to stand, stretch. I'm just going to remind you of that admonition I've given you previously, but don't leave.
They've got to stop. There's no way they can do a trial and the jury can't hear the witnesses. I wouldn't either. I'd be laughing my butt off.
FER.
I actually did see one tear fall down her cheek. But yeah, a lot of it was acting. Because when she was on the stand and she was being cross-examined, those tears or fake tears they turned to anger so fast. You could see the anger in her eyes. She was so mad at him. So mad. It was such a 360. She just went from sad and crying to anger so quickly. It was, she went from not even trying. Oh, good, it stopped. But I think that we got a glimpse of the real Karina, not the trying to look like the sad widow, like she's been trying to convince everybody the whole trial. I think we saw a glimpse of the real Karina yesterday when she was cross examined by the pro- prosecutor. I started to say prostitution instead of prosecution. Words are hard. Shadow licked it, Belle. Do you still want it? Yeah, she still wants it. Shadow got up here and licked all of your cookies, Belle. She licked every single one. She did. I'm sorry. They're still good, though? You still want them? Even though Shadow licked them? Yeah, they still taste okay? Alright. Okay, that's all. You just get two. You can't have a whole bunch of cookies all at once. I'll give you some more later. What? I don't have anything in my hand but my crochet. You can have some more later. I'm glad you don't mind that Shadow licked them all, though. She was testing them for you to make sure they weren't poison. She was looking out for her big sister. She tested them all for you. She said they were okay. You could have them, but not all at once. Beep beep, Richie. I love my chat. She's weird. She won't eat anything but cat food and cat treats. But she wants to smell and lick other foods. Never had a cat like this before, ever. Now I don't hear anything.
Years.
What law enforcement agency did you work for?
I worked for two. Most of the time was University Heights Police Department, and then briefly for West Liberty Police Department.
Did you review phone data in this case?
Yes.
What did you all review? Did you review, I'll just shorten it, did you review Karina's iPhone 8?
Not in its entirety, but some of it.
Okay. What software did you use to review the phone?
Magnet, Axiom, the kind of the portable version, not the full paid program.
Essentially, did you review what we were able to provide to you?
Yes.
How many, do you have a guess as to how many phones or information from phones you have reviewed in your career?
I don't keep a tally, probably 100 or more now.
Okay. Have you ever, in reviewing phones, have you had seen or noticed any signs of data loss?
Yes.
Tell us what data loss is.
So I guess it depends in what context we're talking. Mobile devices, we like to think we can download them and just get everything exactly as they are, everything on the phone. But to download devices, they're essentially hacks. Someone at some point kind of had to figure out a flaw in the phone to be able to hack into iPhones and download the data. So these companies use exploits or these kind of hacks to gain access to a phone. Apple doesn't tell these providers, these vendors, how to access all the data on the phone. So we kind of have to figure it out, and it's not a perfect science.
Okay. Is it the same case with Snapchat then?
Downloading Snapchat from the phone?
Yes.
Yeah, anything on the phone is, yeah. Same thing applies.
So is it fair to say that we don't know exactly how we have some Snapchat information on a phone, but not all of it?
Right, there could be a lot of different reasons. Data in general could be missing. It might have been on the phone, but the software like Cellbrite wasn't able to pull everything precisely as it was on the phone. Databases on phones, just the method for storing information clears things out when they're removed. It does things for space saving. It optimizes memory, so things kind of move around a lot.
So, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you first what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit L. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is that?
that's my CV.
So is this basically kind of like a resume or all the jobs you've held?
Right, resume of jobs and training.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to enter into evidence what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit L.
Any objection? No objection. Defendant's Exhibit L is admitted.
Then next I'm showing you what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit K. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it's a screenshot of that magnet axiom program we were talking about earlier.
And does this screenshot display data from Karina's Snapchat on here?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask to enter into evidence what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit K.
Any objection to K? No. Defendant's Exhibit K is admitted.
And permission to publish K, please.
You may. Are we, which,
This one.
okay.
Okay, so on Defendant's Exhibit K, what we're looking at, this is the software that we use to explore the phone, right?
Right.
And so this is a screen capture from what would be shown if we look at the Snapchat messages that were remaining housed on Karina's phone.
Yes.
Okay. Because it says here that there are 2,409 messages, right?
Right.
All right. And we've got some highlighted. Showing you Defendant's Exhibit B. So starting here in the middle, do what we see on the screen, the content of those messages, does it match these?
Yes, it looks like it.
And maybe I missed, I just want to be clear for the record. What you showed him was the Defendant's Exhibit B?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So then these being the messages retrieved between Houston Danker and Karina Cooper from the early morning of June 18th. What I want to know is what are those numbers in the middle?
So the column is kind of cut off, but that looks to be the message ID. It's kind of just an integer, a number assigned to messages in a database.
And does Snapchat assign message numbers to each message?
Yeah, the software does.
Okay. And so here, we see numbers going, they're going in sequential order, right?
Mostly.
At least the ones that I have highlighted.
Looks like the one at the very bottom
Right.
isn't, but all the others are.
Okay, so the one at the very bottom, go, that is number 33897, and then the next message is 33984.
Yes.
Could that be data loss?
It certainly could be. In digital forensics, we like to test everything to understand how the software works. You know, there's no manual that says what this message ID is. But in general, with this kind of data, I would expect that to mean something's missing. And if I can just add, I haven't tested this. So normally I would like to test and be able to understand the mechanism. But in general, in databases, that would indicate something's not there.
I do not have any other questions, thank you.
Mr. Kodiaga, any questions?
Yes. And if we can just keep that up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. You just said you've not tested this, correct?
Correct.
So what you're testifying to this jury is something that you have not tested, you have no idea what it means, correct?
I wouldn't say I have no idea. I can understand the general principle of how it works in databases, but I haven't tested it for Snapchat.
You don't understand the mechanism, do you?
I understand the general principle of how databases work, taken training on that. But again, I don't know. I don't work for Snapchat. I haven't tested this precise mechanism.
Do you know that when sufficient time passes at Snapchat, the numbers keep adding up? So if a minute passes, the numbers will add up if there's no message at that point.
That could be true. I don't know it to be true.
Okay. And and as you said, you talked about data loss earlier on. Does data loss happen sometimes because someone deletes incriminating evidence?
Of course.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Anything further, Ms. Watt?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lyon. You may step down. Ms. Watt, any further rebuttal from the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses for the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. So now we're back to where I told you I thought we were at some point yesterday. What we're going to do at this point, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to go straight to me reading you the jury instructions, or at least most of the jury instructions. Aaron, if you want to pass out, we're going to provide you each with your own individual copy of the jury instructions so you can follow through as I'm reading them. While she's passing those out, counsel, I just wanted to ask real quick, we made a record on jury instructions before we finished all the evidence. I don't believe anything has changed, but I just want to confirm that neither party needs any additional record related to jury instructions. Mr. Kodiaga, any additional record from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional record from the defendant, Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the other thing you'll notice is that once I start reading these jury instructions, Colleen here is going to stop typing. That's not because they're not important. It's because we already have a record of what's being said. It's here in print. So I'm going to read these. She doesn't need to type essentially what I'm reading. So that explains that. Just want to let you know so you didn't think there was any significance to that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start with the jury instructions. Members of the jury, put on my glasses. The trial information in this case accuses the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code Sections 707.1 and 707.2, Parent 1, Included within the charge of murder in the first degree are the lesser and included offenses of murder in the second degree and involuntary manslaughter. To these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Upon the issues thus made, you are instructed as follows. Instruction number 1. The trial information is the document that formally charges Karina Cooper with a crime and is merely the method by which she is brought into court for trial. It is not evidence. Instruction number 2. Karina Cooper is presumed innocent and not guilty. This presumption of innocence requires you to put aside all suspicion which might arise from the arrest, charge, or the present situation of Ms. Cooper. The presumption of innocence remains with Ms. Cooper throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 3. Karina Cooper has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And just an update on the noise, I was informed they need approximately 10-15 minutes and then they're done. I'm going to keep going with this while we're doing that. All right. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I instruct you, the state must prove something. It must be by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does not prove Karina Cooper guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Instruction number 4. The burden is on the state to prove Karina Cooper guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, and not the mere possibility of innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. If, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence, you are firmly convinced of defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt and you should find defendant guilty. But if after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find defendant not guilty. Instruction number 5. If there is a reasonable doubt as to the degree of the crime, Karina Cooper shall only be convicted of the degree for which there is no reasonable doubt. Instruction number 6. You shall base your verdict only upon the evidence and these instructions. Evidence is testimony in person or by deposition. 2, exhibits received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. 3, stipulations, which are agreements between the attorneys. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Sometimes during a trial, references are made to pretrial statements and reports, witnesses' depositions, or other miscellaneous items. Only those things formally offered and received by the court are available to you during your deliberations. Documents or items read from or referred to, which were not offered and received into evidence, are not available to you. The following are not evidence: statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers, objections and rulings on objections, any testimony I told you to disregard, anything that I tell you as part of these instructions is not evidence, and lastly, anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. Instruction number 7. In considering the evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Give all the evidence the weight and value you think it is entitled to receive. Instruction number 8. Decide the facts from the evidence. Consider the evidence using your observations, common sense, and experience. It is your duty to determine the credibility of witnesses, to resolve any conflicts in the evidence, and to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding what testimony to believe. For example, 1, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe. 2, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements. 3, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of the facts. 4, the witness's interest in the trial, their motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. Instruction number 9. You have heard testimony from persons described as experts, persons who have become experts in a field because of their education and experience may give their opinion on matters in that field and the reasons for their opinion. Consider expert testimony just like any other testimony. You may accept it or reject it. You may give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's education and experience, the reasons given for the opinion, and all the other evidence in the case. Instruction number 10, evidence has been offered to show that Karina Cooper made statements at an earlier time and place. If you find any of the statements were made by the defendant, then you may consider them as part of the evidence. Statements and questions by law enforcement during interviews of Karina Cooper are not evidence and may only be considered by you as context for Ms. Cooper's answers. You may also use the statements to help you decide if you believe Karina Cooper. You may disregard all or any part of her testimony if you find the statements were made and were inconsistent with her testimony given at trial, but you are not required to do so. Do not disregard Karina Cooper's testimony if other evidence supports it or if you believe it for any other reason. Instruction number 11. To commit a crime, a person must intend to do an act which is against the law. While it is not necessary that the person knows the act is against the law, it is necessary that the person was aware he was doing the act and he did it voluntarily, not by mistake or accident. You may, but are not required to conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Instruction number 12. The state must prove all of the following elements of the crime of murder in the first degree. 1. On or about June 18, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. 3. Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted with malice aforethought. 4. Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with the specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. If the state has proved all these elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the first degree. But if you find the state has failed to prove one or more of the elements, then you shall find Karina Cooper not guilty of murder in the first degree and proceed to determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the second degree as defined in instruction number 13. Instruction number 13. The state must prove all of the following elements of the crime of murder in the second degree. 1. On or about June 18, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. 3. Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted with malice aforethought. If the state has proved all of these numbered elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the second degree. But if you find the state has failed to prove one or more of the elements, then you shall find Karina Cooper not guilty of murder in the second degree and proceed to determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty of involuntary manslaughter as defined in instruction number 15. Instruction number 14. Murder in the second degree does not require a specific intent to kill another person. Instruction number 15. The state must prove all of the following elements of involuntary manslaughter. On or about June 18, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in recklessly shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper individually or by knowingly aiding and abetting Houston Danker did the act in a manner likely to cause death or serious injury. 3. By doing the act, Karina Cooper individually or by knowingly aiding and abetting Houston Danker caused the death of Ryan Cooper. If the state has proved all of the elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, Karina Cooper is not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, and you shall find her not guilty. Instruction number 16. As used in instruction number 12, willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. Deliberate means after having deliberated, which is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time before the act. Instruction number 17. Malice is used in instructions numbers 12 and 13 is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. It may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful and injurious act. Malice requires only such deliberation that would make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences as distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought is a fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Instruction number 18. Malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 19. Serious injury is used in instruction 15 as a condition which cripples, incapacitates, weakens, or destroys a person's normal mental functions and or bodily injury, which creates a substantial risk of death, or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or extended loss or impairment of the function of any bodily part or organ. Serious injury includes, but is not limited to, skull fractures and rib fractures. Substantial risk of death, as used in instruction 15, means more than just any risk of death, but does not mean death is likely. If there is a real hazard or danger of death, substantial risk of death is established. Instruction number 20. A person is reckless or acts recklessly, as used in instruction 15, when he or she willfully disregards the safety of persons or property. It is more than a lack of reasonable care which may cause unintentional injury. Recklessness is conduct which is consciously done with willful disregard of the consequences. For recklessness to exist, the act must be highly dangerous. In addition, the danger must be so obvious that the actor knows or should reasonably foresee that harm will more likely than not result from the act. Though recklessness is willful, it is not intentional in the sense that harm is intended to result. Instruction number 21. A dangerous weapon is any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, and when used in its designed manner is capable of inflicting death. It is also any sort of instrument or device actually used in such a way as to indicate the user intended to inflict death or serious injury, and when so used is capable of inflicting death. You are instructed that a firearm, such as a .22 rifle, is by law a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 22. If a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another, resulting in death, you may, but are not required, to infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. Instruction number 23. Specific intent means not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. Because determining the defendant's specific intent requires you to decide what he or she was thinking when an act was done, it is seldom capable of direct proof. Therefore, you should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the act to determine the defendant's specific intent. You may, but are not required, to conclude a person intends the natural results of his or her acts. All persons involved in the commission of a crime, whether they directly commit the crime or knowingly aid and abet its commission, shall be treated in the same way. Aid and abet means to knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime, either by active participation in it or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way before or when it is committed. Conduct following the crime may be considered only as it may tend to prove the defendant's earlier participation. Mere nearness to or presence at the scene of a crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. Likewise, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. The guilt of a person who knowingly aids and abets the commission of a crime must be determined only on the facts which show the part she has in it and does not depend upon the degree of another person's guilt. If you find the state has proved the defendant directly committed the crime or knowingly aided and abetted other persons in commission of the crime, then the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Murder in the first degree, as contained in instruction number 12, requires a specific intent. Therefore, before you can find that Karina Cooper aided and abetted the commission of the crime of murder in the first degree, the state must prove that either Karina Cooper had such specific intent or aided and abetted with the knowledge the others who directly committed the crime had such specific intent. If Karina Cooper did not have the specific intent or knowledge the others had such specific intent, she is not guilty. Instruction number 25. For the defendant to have knowledge of something means she has conscious awareness of it. Instruction number 26. You must determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty or not guilty from the evidence and the law in these instructions. You must consider all of the instructions together. No one instruction includes all of the applicable law. You must consider the evidence. Do not be influenced by any personal, as you consider the evidence, do not be influenced by any personal sympathy, bias, prejudices, or emotions. It is common to have hidden or implicit thoughts that help us form our opinions. You are making very important decisions in this case. You must evaluate the evidence carefully. You must avoid decisions based on things such as generalizations, gut feelings, prejudices, fears, sympathies, stereotypes, or inward or outward biases. The law demands that you return a just verdict based solely on the evidence, your reason and common sense, and these instructions. As jurors, your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. I'm going to stop there, and I will finish with the rest of the jury instructions once we finish with closing arguments. And I guess, counsel, do we need a few minutes, or are we ready to go? Either way is fine.
If we could just take 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, we'll take 10. We'll take approximately a 10-minute break, or as long as you folks all need to, you turn whatever you need to do, and then we will resume with closing arguments. So again, I'd remind you of the admonition I gave you previously, and we'll see you shortly.
Why? Why do we need a break? Shouldn't you be ready? This was the plan for today. Closing arguments was the plan for today. Why are you not ready? I hate it when attorneys aren't ready. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It wasn't, she didn't say anything spectacular or anything. It was just that it was the same one. Because I was like, wait a minute. She looks familiar. And then I heard the vocal fry and I was like, oh, wait, I gotta Google. I think this is the same lady. And it was. The big takeaway from hers was that both shots were fatal, independently of one another fatal. Like if she had stopped after the first shot, he would have died. So, I, man, I'm gonna say it again. I say it every trial. I'm so glad I'm not on this jury. 100% she was part of this plan. But did she actually do it? I don't know. I still don't know. And I still want to know why Cade wasn't on the couch that night. If it was his norm to sleep on the couch, why wasn't he on the couch? Because when she testified, she said he was on the couch when she went to bed. But someone had to tell him to go sleep in his bed. And there was a code she sent, a heart emoji or something that she sent to Houston. Yes, but everybody wanted to see a T-Rex. My girls love the Velocicoaster at Universal or at Islands of Adventure. I've not ridden it yet. I was scared to death of it. I think now I want to ride it. Because I figure it's what, 2 minutes of my life, and if I don't like it, I never have to ride it again. I could be missing out. It's one best roller coaster. I don't know if it's world or country, but it's one best roller coaster for 4 years in a row now. And I feel like I'm missing out on something that I should probably try because I might like it. I do like roller coasters. So we went to watch Jurassic World Rebirth, and there's a scene in it where a mosasaurus capsizes a boat. A pretty good sized yacht. Or not a yacht. Some type of sailboat. Maybe not technically a yacht. I don't know what kind of boat it was. Anyway, I'm not a sailor. Um, so it capsizes this pretty good sized boat. And I leaned over to Kristen and I was like, okay, so on a Velocicoaster, if you're not aware, the very last roll where it goes upside down, so the very last inversion, it just rolls around the track. But it's over water. And this roller coaster goes upside down with no shoulder restraints. There's just a lap bar so that you get air time. So when it goes upside down, you feel like you're going to fall out of your seat. So when you're over the water, for people that like super intense roller coasters, that's supposed to be the thrill. And then people that aren't crazy about roller coasters, they're warned that that is the most extreme part of the roller coaster. So I leaned over to Kristen and I was like, this gives the mosasaurus roll on the Velocicoaster a whole new meaning now, doesn't it? And she was like, yep. Because now every time they ride the roll over the water, they're going to be thinking about the mosasaurus capsizing that boat. I was like, have fun next time you ride it. And now I don't know. I've got to ride it at least once just to say I did. I was watching. What was I watching? I can't remember what it was now. It was a stream about roller coasters. I can't remember if it was a live stream or a video. I think it was a live stream. And they were saying, like, roller coasters they liked. There's some roller coasters, it's like riding for credit. Like, they might not be good roller coasters. They might not like the roller coaster. It might be like a super rough roller coaster. But you ride it for credit, which means you ride it just to say you rode it. So that is exactly what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to ride Velocicoaster because I was going to say it's the only coaster in the park I haven't ridden, but that's not true. I haven't ridden Hulk either. So I need to ride the Hulk. Although I think I'm going to like the Hulk. But everybody says that it's rough. And that's why both of my girls have ridden it once and won't get back on it again. But I think I'll like Hulk. Rough doesn't bother me. I like rough coasters. I like wooden coasters. The roughness is part of the fun to me. But there are people out there that only like smooth roller coasters. So, back to trial talk. I don't know if she pulled the trigger or not. That totally could have been Houston. I don't understand the part about send me a message that I can open when I get home. I don't get that. I don't know what that means. Aw, that makes me sad. Why not? You can't, or like you physically can't for some reason, or you just don't like them? Like they make you sick or something. I used to work with a doctor that I forgot how. I think it was some sports thing when she was young. She had a detached retina and they fixed it, but because of it, she couldn't ride roller coasters ever again. And I felt so bad for her. See, I get motion sickness too, but on rides, I'm fine. Backseat of the car, I will toss my cookies, but put me on a roller coaster and I am fine. I think with the car, I think it's the smoothness. If I'm in the backseat of a car and it's a smooth ride, I will get sick as a dog. There is one ride at Epcot. Um, it's called Mission Space, and um, it's a simulator for like the Apollo rockets opened when the ride opened. Some of the astronauts that actually were on the Apollo missions were invited to ride it, and Buzz Aldrin said it feels like the real thing. It really feels like a launch, and it has actual barf bags in it, and there are warnings. Even if you've never been motion sick in your life, you could get motion sick on it. I love that ride. I didn't get motion sick. It was absolutely amazing. I've been on it twice, I think. I cannot wait to go back and ride it again. It is such a fun ride. But when it first opened, well, maybe not first opened. I don't know how long it was open, but a boy died on it. A teenager. I think he was a teenager. He wasn't a little kid. But because what it does, it spins so fast that you feel the G forces. It spins so fast that it slams you back in your seat and you feel like you are being launched. And the kid had an undiagnosed heart condition. So nobody knew. So it wasn't Disney's fault. It wasn't the kid's fault. It wasn't the family's fault. They did not know that this kid had a heart condition. And he passed away. I don't really know if he passed away at the time, if he had chest pain and went to the hospital, like I don't remember. Um, but they changed it. There were two lines. They had like two sections um of ride vehicles. And now they have one side that doesn't spin and one side that does. So that way, if you do have any known medical conditions and you want to ride it, you choose to ride the side that doesn't spin. So you still can see the ride and the movie, the little movie that it shows and everything, and still experience it without the spin. But it doesn't feel like you're spinning, though. You don't feel like you're spinning. Travis can't spin. He can't get in the teacups at the Magic Kingdom. Or nauseous. He doesn't, but like you're spinning, you're slammed back into your seat. And then when it spins so fast, so when they stop it, you get zero gravity for a second and you just float there. It's so cool. And then at one point, because space is cold, it gets super cold and like it looks like, because you look like you're looking through a view find, like a little screen, like you're seeing out into space, and it like freezes up, and then you lose power for a second. Oh no, we've lost power because of cold or whatever. I don't remember. And then you get black. And you're pitch black in this thing, and I'm claustrophobic, and that's the only time I get a little bit anxious. But it doesn't last very long. Knock off! What? Noisy little cricket.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody.
Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. What?
All right, we've just had a short mid-morning break. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties. Counsel for each side are going to have the opportunity to make closing arguments. As part of their closing arguments, I anticipate counsel will be summarizing testimony and evidence that you have heard during the course of this trial. As they do that, they will be recalling the evidence, as you will be later. They will not intentionally be trying to mislead you, and if your recollection of the evidence is not the same as theirs, you must follow and rely on your own recollection. The summaries, the arguments of counsel are not evidence, and they're simply intended to help you understand the positions of each side, and you should give counsel your close attention. With that, Mr. Ringel, are you prepared to present closing argument on behalf of the state?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what it looks like. Karina Cooper, Houston Baker, murdered Ryan Cooper, shooting in the face of her children right next door. Same house. We have a woman, Karina Cooper, who hated her husband. Hated him. Referred to him as a child, referred to him as a sperm donor, said, fucking hate him. Her friends, who she described as family, who were emotional on the stand. What did they say? We heard her threaten Ryan many times. I hate you. I wish you were dead. I should shoot you in the face. Ryan Cooper was shot twice in the face. Messages between Karina Cooper and her affair partner, Houston Baker, planning and plotting the crime. Not a fantasy, not a game, not a misunderstanding, not the product of data loss. They're exactly what they look like. A woman who hates her husband, who wants a new life, who wants a different life with Houston Baker. Plotting to kill her husband, whom she hates, by shooting him in the face. And that's exactly what happened. Oh, by the way, she had no money. Ryan made the financial decisions. She was unhappy with the fact that there were a lot of things she couldn't do. You saw the bank accounts. Some of them started in negative. Hundreds, combined thousands of dollars in overdraft fees. Not only does she get to be with her affair partner, Houston Baker, she kills her husband. also gets more than $600,000 we've heard. Roughly $550,000 in insurance money. Another roughly, what did Michelle Wilson tell you? $100,000 from selling Ryan's stuff. Motive? It's exactly what it looks like. The messages mean exactly what you think they mean. She's guilty, and obviously guilty, of first-degree murder. The text messages or snaps in this case, they may be the smoking gun. They may be the most obvious evidence in this case. It's not the only evidence in this case, not by far. There's layer upon layer upon layer of evidence that indicates she's guilty of murdering her husband. We're going to go through that evidence. We're going to talk about it. We're going to go through the jury instructions that will guide you during your deliberations to make sure that you understand how the law applies to the facts. They look complicated. They've been read to you. There's a lot of words in there. There's a lot of legal jargon. It's not complicated. It's actually pretty straightforward. This case is an easy one. Try to close. She's guilty of that reading trial. The evidence shows that. Let's start with the now somewhat contested messages you've heard so much about. What do these messages possibly mean? So did she send them? Keep in mind, she told you a couple different things, right? Before we go through these. You can judge her credibility. It's your job to judge her credibility. She lied to the cops. She lied repeatedly to the cops. She lied over years to law enforcement. Now she wants to tell you, oh yeah, these incriminating snaps that look exactly like what they are, me plotting with Houston Bank to kill my husband, that's sort of a fantasy. Just kind of look at it online, like when you play video games, right? What she said. When you play video games, when you steal cars, you shoot cops. That's what this is. Some sort of fantasy. But she's also terrified of Houston Bank. She also didn't take it seriously. And what did she say about these specific messages that we're about to look at? She told you, oh, I wasn't even really paying attention. I was only half paying attention to what it said. Okay. She's terrified. It's a fantasy. She also said Houston Danker's the one that sends the messages talking about murdering her husband. Okay? So it's a fantasy that she's participating in or she's not. Same goal. It's making sense. So what are these messages? Let's start with this one, 331, not reported to law enforcement for the night of husband's killed. Heart emoji, 331. Not really paying attention. Think about data loss. Think about whether these conversations flow in a natural manner. Think about if there's anything possibly missing. There's not. Okay, here we are. Heart emoji. 2 seconds later from Houston. Seriously, more than fucking life. You can look at the defense exhibit. Those are in sequential order based on the message IDs. We'll get to the fact that the message IDs don't really relate to sequential order. Their expert couldn't tell you that. You don't need all that to make a determination of whether this is in sequential order and makes sense. Heart emoji 2 seconds later, seriously more than fucking life. Karina says, forever. Not really paying attention to what Hack read them. Doesn't really know what they say. I don't know. Oh, everything. Okay? Remember, she told law enforcement none of this, that she was asleep. More than anything. Okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal? She's not paying attention. So she said, deal. 8 seconds later.
Carla.
Seems like she's paying attention. She's directly responding to what he said. There's no mystery here. She can try to talk around it as much as she wants. It's insulting. It's ridiculous. Deal. Aiding and abetting. Deal. 3 seconds later. Kiss emoji, not paying attention, no. Can't really read what's going on. Houston, remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. She seems to be tracking the conversation pretty well. She's responding to everything that he said. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? What casings? I don't know what a casing is. No, she doesn't. She says, absolutely, 100%. 14 seconds later. Is what she's telling you credible at all? Okay, when we know that, what we both going on. Okay, phone's going down. I love you. I love you too, so much. Forever. Okay, babe, seriously, putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? What does this mean? Because the plan to murder Ryan is already in place. All of the necessary conditions for this murder to happen are in place. Planned by Karina and Houston for months. This is the night it's going to go down. This is the night it's going to happen. She confirms, because she controls the scene, that everything that needs to be in place for this murder to happen is in place. You know, they did a ton of internet research. They thought they were going to commit the perfect crime. Putting the phone down. Why are we putting the phones down? Because they know a little bit about digital forensics. They know a little bit about location data. This is supposed to be some sort of convoluted alibi. Houston's at least smart enough to know, I probably shouldn't take my phone with me when I go commit the murder. Because they're a little bit savvy. The funny thing is, when you commit a murder, there's a lot of things you don't know. Investigators know them. Detectives know them. Forensic scientists know them. They didn't know. One of the things they didn't know, your snap messages that you think you've deleted can be recovered. All the conditions are in place. Scene is controlled. Ryan's where he's supposed to be. Kids are subdued. Ransom is subdued. We'll get you in the door. You and I shoot Ryan. We get out of our lives. Go. He said, have to get this shit done. They said, what are you talking about? Consistent with their plan, she said, go. That is Ryan's death warrant. Signed by Karina. Then, yeah, just look up. Again, convoluted attempts at phone and data manipulation to throw off investigators. The same way that Karina, for years, sought to throw off the investigators. She can't tell anybody what happened to Ryan. Won't tell anybody what happened to Ryan. And whenever she opened her mouth to talk about it, provable lies, over and over again. She's guilty of murder in the first degree. How do we get there? What are the elements of murder in the first degree? On or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. The state has to and has proven that beyond reasonable doubt. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted with malice aforethought. We'll talk about what that means. It's been established. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. Yes, that happened. It's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You're being presented with what's called alternative theories. Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, one theory, or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. That's another theory. Alternate theories. What does that mean? It's not complicated. If you find that she aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting her husband, she's guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that she shot Ryan Cooper herself, she's guilty of first-degree murder. Either one. Either or. This is about a unanimous verdict. What this says is, where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or fact leads to his or her verdict. It's the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory upon which it's based. May be confusing. What does that mean? Simple and straightforward. It means some of you may think she aided and abetted Houston Danker. The remainder of you may think that she herself shot Ryan Cooper. That's guilty. Because all of you think she committed first-degree murder. It doesn't matter how. Some of you may think it's aiding and abetting. Some of you may think she pulled the trigger. That's okay. You don't all have to agree she pulled the trigger. You don't all have to agree that she aided and abetted. Either or. And she's guilty of first-degree murder. What does aid and abet mean? So we have, she pulled the trigger herself, or she aided and abetted. What is that? Knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime. By active participation, there was active participation. Or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way before or when it's committed. Go.
Bill Murray.
Certainly not all she did. Again, we'll go through her control of the scene and the conditions that had to be in place for Houston Danker to come over and participate with Karina Cooper in murdering Ryan Cooper. But she's certainly guilty of aiding and abetting. There's a mountain of evidence that establishes that. Now, there's some additional instruction under aid and abet that may seem confusing. Murder in the first degree requires a specific intent. In order to find that she aided and abetted Houston Danker, you must find either that she, Karina Cooper, had that specific intent, or Houston Danker did and she knew that he did. We'll talk a little more about specific intent. It's pretty clear they both want Karina Cooper dead. It's pretty clear she knows it. She told us she knows it. In her version of events, she's been hearing from Houston all the time about shell casings and how he wants to kill Ryan. So does she. It's pretty clear from those snap messages they have a specific intent. 2 shots to the face. Not specific intent. There's more. There's no question that she had the specific intent. There's no question that she knew Houston had specific intent. So it's not an issue with regard to aiding and abetting. It's already been established. It also says this: mere nearness to or presence at the scene of a crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. There's plenty more evidence. Those snap messages alone are plenty more evidence. She didn't just happen to be there. This just means that she had to act legally. In the commission of the crime itself. Not even necessarily that night. She did. She did participate that night. Just means there has to be more evidence than the fact that she just happened to be there. We know she didn't just happen to be there. Similarly, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. In other words, just because she knows about it, one way or another, that's not enough for aiding and abetting. We have far more than that. Again, active participation. Already established beyond a reasonable doubt. So, we go through the elements one at a time, talk about some of the evidence that establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of those elements. Here are the elements again. Let's start with number 2. This one's easy. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Medical examiner, Dr. Kelly Cruz. What did she tell you? Cause of death, gunshots to the face. Wound A, fatal. Wound B, fatal. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Her testimony, the autopsy, that's established. Moving on to number 3. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted with malice aforethought. What is malice? Malice is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. This is distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. How may it be established? By evidence of actual hatred or proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing a wrongful or injurious act, in this case, firearm. So were these acts born of actual hatred? Yeah. Malice also requires such deliberation that will make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences. Again, as distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Malice and malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Everything that we just read, everything that it said, you can infer by the fact that a dangerous weapon was used. And you received an instruction, a .22 rifle by law That's the weapon to kill Karina Cooper. By that, they shot him in the face with a .22 rifle. You don't have to think about anything with regard to malice and malice aforethought. It's already established. When you shoot someone in the face with a .22 rifle, malice aforethought can be inferred. There's more evidence of malice in this case. We talked about this just briefly. Teresa McBride. Karina told you she's family. She didn't describe her as a friend, she described her as family. Malice. Actual hatred. Said she hated Brian multiple times. Said she wished he was dead. That's malice. Heard Karina say she would shoot him in the face. Malice. Aforethought. This is well before the murder. Brian Morrissey. Same. Family. You saw him on the stand. You judge people's credibility. He was very emotional. You lost his friend, Brian. He also loved Karina. He also knew exactly what she said. She would shoot him in the face. Everything's fantasy with Karina. Everything's a funny joke. It's a misunderstanding. It's just a joke. Thought I'd shoot him in the face. It's a joke. They didn't think it was a joke. They said it was time to go. And they left. That's her family. They left because it wasn't a joke. If it was a joke, they would have laughed. The snaps are a joke. Saying I hate him, shoot him in the face, that's a joke. Conversations with law enforcement, joke. Tell them whatever you want. The testimony, joke. Additional evidence of malice. Karina's own words. Fucking hate him. What do we think that means? It means she hates him. This is to Houston. This is in February. She was mortified, right? She's so scared of him. She doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Doesn't want anything to happen to her family. So these are the messages you send back and forth. Gee, I hate my husband. I wish you were my husband. You should be a father to my kids. Not my sperm donor. Not this child. It's terrible. What else did she say? Like I said, sperm donor. She hates him. She resents him. She wants him dead. She wants Houston Danker to father and parent her children. She says that. Here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors. Who drives the semi? Her husband, Brian. I broke it off with Houston. We had sex once, but I shut it down. Didn't want anything to happen to my family. And then I text him, you should father my kids. I hope Brian dies in a semi-accident. Malice aforethought. You can infer it from the use of the weapon. There's plenty of other things. Number 4, Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with the specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. Again, that seems like a lot. Again, it's actually pretty straightforward. Willfully, fixed design or purpose. Pretty clear what their design or purpose was. Certainly pretty clear what your design or purpose is when you shoot someone in the face twice. Deliberate. Having deliberated, which is to weigh in one's mind to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. She's talking about hoping he's dead months before they kill him. That deliberation doesn't have to exist for any period of time. It could be while you're sighting your husband who's sitting in a recliner with a rifle. It could be when you're loading the ammunition. It could be when you're pulling the trigger. It could be in between the first and second shot. Here we have months. Not even close. Premeditate. Think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Say. What is specific intent? Not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. What's the act? Shooting Ryan Cooper in the face. Specific purpose, to kill him. This is not complicated. You may, but are not required to conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. What's the natural result of shooting somebody twice in the head? That you're going to kill them. Again, if a person has the opportunity to deliberate, which we just established, they both did, and use a dangerous weapon, that's a 22, against another resulting in death, you may, you're not required to, infer that the weapon was used with all of these: malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. The use of the 22 rifle alone establishes all of these things. There's plenty of evidence, and you've heard it repeatedly over the last week, for all of these: premeditation, specific intent, malice. As long as you find there was time to deliberate and deliberation occurred, you don't even need to weigh any of that evidence for this element. Just look at the fact that the 22 rifle was used. As I said before, 22 rifle is by law a dangerous weapon. Specific intent to kill. It's already established by the use of the weapon, but let's talk about other evidence of specific intent to kill. She and Houston shot Ryan. We know she was up, she was around that house for an extended period of time. We'll go through the timeline, not the time I'll speak about it. But the timeline established by criminal forensics. What did she do? She's awake. She told you. She told you both, right? You think about her testimony on the stand. What did she say yesterday? She woke up because she heard a crash. Sticking to that story. But she also admitted to sending all the snaps. Okay? So apparently she was both awake and asleep and awakened by a lot of pressure. She was awake. She participated in the murder. That's what really happened. Then she's staging the scene, taking care of some other things that needed to be taken care of, which we'll talk about later. All the while, Ryan's bleeding out. He's dying. His blood is drying. His blood is clotting. Two separate things. She finally gets around to calling 911 when she's good and ready. Has the scene set the way that she would like it to be set up. She calls in. Fake hysterics. Ridiculous, dramatic, overacting. She calls in. Volunteer firefighter. and she says, I think somebody's in my house. Not a word about Ryan. Not call an ambulance. Not call 911. Not get help. Not you come over here. He needs some aid. I think someone's in my house. Okay. I think someone's in your house. You're running around in the house. You're unarmed. Apparently you think someone's in the house. She's buying time, making it look like she's doing what a reasonable person would do if they found her husband shot. I called for help. Did you know? Did you really? Or did you fake call for help? Someone's in my house. What's going on? Screaming. Can we get any details? Screaming. Okay. Never mentioned anything about Ryan when calling Aaron. Something to think about. For news story, Houston Baker did it. And I was so scared I didn't tell anybody. What does this have to do with Houston Baker? How does this help Houston Baker? If Houston Baker murdered her husband or shot her, she didn't want to tell that Houston Baker did it because she's afraid she'll get in trouble. How does that prevent her from calling 911 immediately and telling them what happened? You can say, I don't know who did it, but you can also say, we need some help right away. How does providing misleading information about the timeline come forward with the first story that Houston Baker did? Are these all cover stories that help her because she participated in the murder? Exactly. If you're concerned that Houston Baker did it, you had nothing to do with it, and you don't want to be upset with you would just help as much as you can and say, I don't know anything about who did it. She did it. She told a series of lies that helped her because she was participating in the murder. Never asked Aaron to call 911 or an ambulance. Never told Aaron that Ryan needed aid. She never attempted to render any aid herself. Like any normal, reasonable person, she did nothing. Until eventually she sat on it. We'll talk about that more later. She sat on it. She rubbed her face all over the blood to conceal evidence, to conceal her role in the murder. Two shots to the face, specific intent to kill. Opportunity to liberate. These are the messages from before the murder. Opportunity to deliberate. We have plenty of other messages where she wants him dead. But here we are at 3:30. She makes her faint cry for help at 4:30. Here's an hour before. Okay, come over to murder your husband. Don't forget to pick up the shell casings. Absolutely 100%. Opportunity to deliberate. Yep. Phone manipulation, phone's going down. I love you so much. Forever. Okay, gotta get this shit done. Go. This has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There's more evidence that supports it. You've heard it. It's probably in your notes. I'm not going to go through all of it. This is by far more than enough to establish beyond a reasonable doubt. Houston Baker, aided and abetted by Karina herself, acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent. And again, remember, you find deliberation, the use of the 22 rifle is enough for you to find reasonable doubt. So it's been established beyond a reasonable doubt for element number 4. 3 of the 4 elements are already met. The final element. On or about June 18th, 2021. That's not in question. All the first responders, everybody talked about the interview knows this occurred on June 18th, 2021. Karina agrees. Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, or aided and abetted Houston Baker in shooting Ryan Cooper. Did she? She did. Ryan's murder absolutely could not have happened without Karina's aid, by her own account. Which, by the way, is ridiculous. Let's talk about the things that she had to do to make this murder happen. Here's the plan. Karina decides with Houston, ultimately, that they're going to shoot Ryan in his house while he's asleep. The kids have to be there. Why? Well, if that's your plan, it would look really suspicious if the night that your husband is murdered just happens to be the night that the kids are at Grace. So she had to make a decision.
Did he say suspicious? Did he say suspicious? Did I hear the word suspicious?
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio? Kom, je dikke stem is op! Kom eruit! Je dikke stem is op! Je dikke stem is op!
See, you guys thought I wasn't paying attention, didn't ya? I was paying attention.
And she did. But this murder would happen while her kids were present. It would just look too suspicious if they weren't. She tells you, I would never orchestrate a murder with my kids there. Watch Officer Fain's body camera. She's just gotten through concealing evidence by rubbing her face all over Ryan's dead body. Her children are in the room. She's pretending to be upset. Different people respond differently to trauma. We know that. Look at everyone else at this, including the children. Pretty calm. Their dad's lying dead. Blood everywhere. Their mom is screaming hysterically. Look at the kids. Were they able to talk and communicate with law enforcement? Yeah. Aaron came in, finds his brother dead. Blood everywhere. Was he able to communicate? Yeah. Karina cares about her kids. I told you that. She would never orchestrate a murder with the kids there. Well, she had to. Be pretty suspicious otherwise. She's so caught up in trying to convince law enforcement that she's devastated by the death of her husband that she knows nothing about, that her children are standing right there in the room. And she walks right past them out of the room. Doesn't look at them. Doesn't comfort them. Doesn't care. Because she's got a job to do at this point. She just murdered her husband. And she has to convince everyone. She's devastated. Can't breathe. Can't talk. Spoken. She did orchestrate a murder with her kids. She had to. It's too suspicious of it. So, what did she have to do? What was part of her job in this case? How's she going to get this murder done? Problem number one. Kate sleeps next to Ryan, who we want to shoot in the face. Got to get him on there. You heard Kate's testimony. He had been sleeping next to Ryan for a year. For a year. She told him, you gotta sleep in your own room. She tries to pass it off. Oh, it's part of our deal. We had a deal, we're gonna redecorate the rooms, and we're gonna redecorate the rooms, and then they gotta go sleep with it. Wanted to get the kids in their rooms before school started. It's June. Early June. That's the phone. This is evidence of deliberation and premeditation. They've been planning this murder for a long time. Long enough for her to come up with this phony excuse, painting the rooms. You can see she's working on the house. You can see she's been painting. That's evidence. That's evidence of premeditation. She's hoping that her husband will be dead months before this. Problem number one. Kids are going to be home. Let's get Kate up to his room. Be there. I'm going to shut my face. Mission accomplished. She had to assure Portland and Cable were asleep and accounted for. 2 other kids who can't see what's going on. They didn't have to sleep in their own rooms that night. They were with her, where she could keep an eye on them. What else had to be in place for this murder to happen? She had to assure Ryan was asleep. That's why we're texting at 3:30 in the morning, let's do this. That's why it didn't happen at 6 p.m. or 6 a.m. or midnight. Who knows the sleep schedule? Karina does. That's a crucial part of this murder. She knows. What did she tell you in the interviews on the stand? He's like his dad. He's up roaming in the night. That's why she says, go. Everything's in place. Ryan's asleep for the night. She knows the sleep schedule. It's not a woman. All sleep around 8. Sleeps for a little while. Gets up. Watches TV. Eventually falls back to sleep. He's roaming in the night. Kate's in his room. Kids are with her in the bedroom. She's confirmed Ryan's asleep. Go. He's asleep for the night. There's also guns. This is her boyfriend. She refers to him essentially as a husband. Says Houston Anchor is her husband. She's his wife. She's worried about him. Guns in the house. You know, there's no one about guns. But everywhere she goes, there's guns. She had to get a weapons permit because every car I get in, there's a gun. She told police she doesn't know anything about guns. But she knows there's a gun in that house. There's a confrontation. If Ryan's awake, Houston could get shot. She can't have that. She has to make sure there won't be a confrontation. She has to make sure that Ryan's asleep. Security. Think his banker could do this by himself? Think he chanced it just right? That he happened to come over, he happened to pick the right door. Door just happened to be unlocked. Happened to get in through the house at a time when he wasn't up. just happened to not be sleeping next to his dad. He's only been 2 days, that doesn't mean anything. The other kids just happened to not be awake. Brian just happened to be asleep for the night. Security. These are security-conscious people. You saw the crime scene photographs. Locks on all the doors. Multiple times. The door behind Brian, locked. 0.9% locked. Kitchen door just happened to be open. She had to make sure he could get in. And then he could get in to a situation that was controlled. Ransom. 130-pound Rottweiler. What she stated to Ryan Hurd. Very protective. Barks at everything. Would be raising hell if he heard anything. She has to subdue Ransom. You saw Feynman's body camera. When that dog is around Karina, he's subdued. He's calm. She told you. She told Officer, she told Agent Herman. Dog would raise hell if heard anything. So now we have Houston Banker somehow getting in, coming into the house. What else did she tell you about Ransom? She left the door open because Ransom wanders the house. This very protective 130-pound Rottweiler wanders the house. They'll go upstairs to see Kate. They'll go hang out by Ryan. The target of this assassination plot, wandering the house. She has to make sure that Ransom is subdued, and she does that. Ransom is in the bedroom with her. Not going to be a problem for Houston. As I said, she has to ensure that Ryan is sound asleep for the night. She did. She told you her own testimony at 3:30 in the morning. She was fully aware at 3:30 in the morning that Kate was upstairs and that Ryan was asleep. When did those Snapchats start? Around 3:30. Go. She told me. Tells him go and sets the plan in motion. What else did she do? She helped him escape. Because he can't be seen by the children. So she has to immediately subdue them. You know who can be at the scene? She can. Those kids are going to wake up. They're going to hear something. That's a concern. If they see Mom, that's okay. Can't see Houston. Kate already knows who Houston is. She broke it off. She'll never want to be with him, you know. It's sort of an online thing. But Kate's thinking. Dad comes over and hangs out, drinks with my mom. When Dad's not around. Okay. So, she has to help him escape. How does she do that? As soon as the shooting happens, we'll talk about this more. Houston's right out that door behind Ryan. He didn't come in it. Definitely went out. Karina runs to make sure that no kids are coming into the room. Whether at the base of the stairs, which go to the cage room, or in that same room that has the doorway to the bedroom where Cortland and Kate go. It's pretty obvious how she bought time. We'll talk about that more. But if they didn't hear anything, or they didn't get up, she has even more time to work the scene before she fake calls for help. But the bottom line is, when she's planning this crime with Houston, they know he has to get out of there immediately, and she has to make sure the kids don't see him. Easy. She's done all those things. Made sure Houston could get it. Made sure ransom wasn't a problem. Made sure the kids weren't a problem. Made sure he was in his own room. Made sure Houston could escape. Let's think about this. How do we know they're working together? Houston Danker did not come armed for a confrontation. You heard the testimony. He owns an AR-15. That's an assault rifle. Large caliber. If Houston Danker did this alone, let's think this through. He's going to come over to this house that we just talked about, has multiple security threats. We have dogs. We have kids. We have locks. We don't know if Ryan's awake or asleep. He's going over there to murder somebody. By himself. And from his arsenal of weapons, which includes a double-barrel shotgun and an AR-15, he chooses a squirrel rifle, the small caliber 22. Does that make any sense at all? Yeah, it does. If you know there won't be a confrontation. Because Karina's told you there won't be a confrontation. Because she knew at 3:30 that Ryan was asleep. She knew all the conditions were in place. She knew he wasn't going to have any problem. She knew Ryan was going to be confined. She knew Ryan wouldn't have his gun. She knew all we're going to need is that 22. The 22, but as you heard the testimony of some of her friends, a 22 is a weapon that she likes to shoot. She shoots so much more easily. Doesn't have as much kickback as her Ryan, because she knows nothing about it. He knew there would be a confrontation because he's working in concert with Karina. You don't choose a 22 to go to someone's house and murder them unless you know there won't be a confrontation. When it was clear there wasn't going to be a confrontation, she said, go. And he came over with his 22. So, let's talk about the floor plan. We know Karina wishes she had a larger bathroom. She told us that yesterday, so yeah, the bathroom's a little out of proportion. We've established, and you've heard, that this garage door just goes to the garage. Can't get in the house that way, right? This is the door behind Ryan. You're rolling up on the house. You're Houston Danker. You got your 22 because you're ready for this confrontation that's going to occur. What are your options? Kitchen door, where everyone goes in. Door behind Ryan Cooper. Let's start with the door behind Ryan Cooper. Got your 22. He's asleep in the chair. You saw the pictures. You heard the testimony. You heard from Karina as well. That door, one, always locked. So what happens if you first try the door? You've got your gun, you try the door, it doesn't open. Well, you probably just alerted the person that you're going to murder. It's probably not going to go in the door for that reason. Let's say it happens to be open. You've heard testimony that it was locked. You got your rifle, you come in, the door is going to hit the back of the chair. We already heard that. So you'd have to come in, possibly hit the back of the chair, possibly alerting the person that you're going to murder. Another reason not to use that entrance. Then, you would have to gingerly step around them with your rifle, come around and shoot them in the face, hopefully not waking them up as you shuffle by. Again, ignoring all the other objective realities that we know about dogs, kids, everything else. Okay, that makes no sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. If you wanted to kill Ryan by himself, you could have just shot him through the window with his AR-15. Done. But he didn't want to kill Ryan by himself. He wanted to kill Ryan with Karina Cooper. That's what they did. So, that leaves one option. The mudroom. That's the door you had to come in. So he entered the door, and ran through the mudroom and through the kitchen. So what does that mean? She calls it the sewing room. It's labeled here as a hallway. He's going to have to, with his .22 rifle, walk past the stairs that lead to Kate's bedroom. Seems risky. The bedroom door that's open, that has Karina, 130-pound Rottweiler, ransom, 2 young children. So he would have had to walk past this hallway, past these doors. We know, Karina says, I heard a crash, I got up, I thought it was in the bathroom, so I went to the kitchen. She also says she was awake sending snacks. So, in one of her versions of events, Houston must have come in the house with his .22, happened to pick the right door, came to the kitchen, walked right past Ransom, walked right past Karina, who was both awake and asleep, walked right past the kids, didn't wake up Kate, Brian just happened to be asleep, got himself in there, and shot him in the face. That makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. It's not. She controlled the scene. She controlled all those threats. That's why they chose the .22. She likes to shoot the .22. None of that happened. He came in that door all right, with Karina's help. He walked down that hallway because Karina knew the kids were asleep and Kate was asleep and Ryan was asleep. Ransom had been subdued. Talked about this a little bit. Other ways that we know Karina was involved. If she says that this was Houston, it wasn't her, and her new story, which years later, this is what she's come up with, I was scared, so I can say it. Why are you telling the police stories that only help yourself? Why are you telling the police stories that have to do with your guilt? She's not guilty of anything. Why is she trying to throw him off the trail as it relates to her? There's one answer. Because she murdered her cousin. She told Deputy Foster she's never shot a gun before. What does that have to do with Houston Bank? It has to do with her. She doesn't want them to think that she knows how to shoot a gun. She doesn't want them to think that maybe she did it, because she did. Never shot a gun before. She told Deputy Foster she's never even heard a gunshot. Maybe on TV. She has a weapons permit. She has preferences for the types of weapons that she likes to shoot. The concealed carry class was held on the property. You heard that she fired a weapon. Why is she telling me? Because she's trying to throw them off from the trail that leads directly back to her. This has nothing to do with her story that I didn't tell her anything because I was scared of this today. You just said, I don't know what happened. She's worried about getting caught. You'll notice, if you watch Fenton and Foster's body cams again, she can't provide any information. Anytime they ask for information, she just starts wailing and screaming. Ask Foster and Fenton both, plenty of experience. At scenes involving trauma, severe injury. Ever seen anything like that? I've not. Why do you say that? Never seen someone who couldn't provide any information for long. And the problem is, whenever she talked, the information that she provided and things that would help her. Somehow she was able to say those things. How much did she say about Ryan, what happened to Ryan? Almost nothing. There was a stream of words and phrases related to guns. My stupid gun that I've never even shot and I don't know anything about, that I couldn't get out of the safe and I don't even know how to use it and I'm scared of it. That's a lot of information. Thank you. Can you tell us anything about Ryan? No. Karina. Deputy Foster over here. Karina. We're trying to figure out what happened. Screaming. Karina, we're trying to figure out what happened. I want my kids. Did it sound like a gunshot? That one I can answer. Never even heard a gunshot before. Maybe on TV. The only stuff she wants to talk about is stuff she thinks is going to help her, because she's guilty. She's afraid of her own 380. She's never shot it. She couldn't get the gun safe open. Why did she say this? Because she knows, one, law enforcement's probably going to find it. Two, people know she has a 380. They're going to wonder, why didn't you help? There's an intruder. She didn't get her 380 because she participated in the murder. Could she tell Foster? I tried to get it open, but I couldn't get it open. What did Foster tell you? I went and I opened it. Do you have a code or a combination? Have you ever seen that safe before? No. She thinks she's helping herself. The stories she's telling make no sense. They're designed only to help her. It has nothing to do with research. Because she participated in the murder. You don't need to say any of that stuff. If her version of events is true, her version of events that Houston did it and she's scared, why all this? Because that's not what happened. She participated in the murder. Doesn't know anything about guns. And then she tells you, I know, this looks suspicious, but I was taking a hunting safety course. Doesn't know anything about guns, but hunter safety course. 80-some screenshots, so she cheated on the test, right? That's what she said. What's in that? Doesn't know what shell casing is, had to call Ari when she saw the article in the newspaper. They said they put a shell casing, you know what that? I don't know what shell casing is. This is what's on her phone. You're trying to say Houston Danger did this, you didn't know anything about it. Why are you placing a phony phone call to Aaron, whom you've never talked to about what happened the night of his brother's death? Why are you placing a phony phone call to Aaron to pretend you don't know what a shell casing is? That's about her and her guilt. That's why she did that. She knows what shell casing is. She's taking tests on her phone. She knows what round nose lead is, good penetration, little expansion. She knows what a full metal jacket is. She knows here about projectile range and how it can help you determine whether or not you can make a clean kill. Doesn't know anything about guns at all. Then when she testifies, yeah, that looks good. I got a new story. New story is about Sigmund's Hunter course and, okay, yeah. All right, when you commit a murder, there are many things that you do not know. Many things you don't know. Karina and Houston thought they were smarter than them. Karina and Houston thought they did their research. They thought that they planned the perfect crime. There's no such thing. And they made many, many mistakes. We'll get to many of them, but let's start with her own version of events. Let's start with this. In the chaos of murdering her husband and pretending she had no idea what was going on, she told 911 their husband was shot. It's on the 911 call. Interview with DCI agent Rick Ron. Ryan Herman. They told her repeatedly, we're just trying to figure out what happened to Ryan. Could be medical. We don't know. We're not sure what's going on. She's just sad. Didn't say anything. Didn't say a word. I don't know. I don't either. She forgot that she told 911 that her husband was shot. She tells them the same thing in the second interview, and she talks about how she was trying to figure out where the blood was coming from or what happened. So it's not just that Rick Ron and Ryan Herman said, we're trying to figure out what's going on, and she said nothing. She also affirmatively said, I was just trying to figure out where the blood was coming from. No idea. She forgot that she told 911 that her husband had been shot. Okay. She told Deputy Foster on the body cam, the dog was barking. Well, fast forward a few hours later when she's talking to Ryan Herman, Ransom never barked. She can't figure it out because no, I didn't bark. During the second interview, they talked more about Ransom. And she said, yeah, he just sort of made a noise, just sort of like let the air out of his lungs. Ryan Herman said, let the air? Yeah, just a soft. The dog was barking, she screamed while she was on the ground in fake hysterics, unable to tell officers anything about what happened to Ryan. This doesn't have anything to do with use of anger. Let's do with Karina Cooper. For timeline. It's not even really worth going through, frankly. It's ridiculous. She gave you 2 times at the same yesterday. It's pretty phony. Reported that piece, right? Claimed she was asleep. She's doing stuff on her phone. She takes 170 steps that she never told anybody about, approaching multiple football fields. Then she called Aaron Cooper eventually when she got around to it, and then we see when the deputies arrive. Her version of events, initially, it seems like we have 2 versions of events at this point. One of them was, well, yeah, no, I was asleep. I got up and I heard a sound, went to the kitchen. Well, first she looked in at Ryan, she didn't see him. So then she heard a sound, she thought it was in her bathroom, so she goes to the kitchen and looks out the window. Okay. Then she goes in and she pissed at Ryan, steps in and she finds him, he's dead. So seconds, maybe 30 seconds. Agent Villada asked, hey, when you heard that sound, how long did you stay in bed? She said 5 to 10 seconds. So we have the sound, right? She gets up, does the things we just discussed, roughly 30 seconds. She tells you, Ryan's blood, it's like chunks, rotting. Okay? We heard from Ken Martin. Did that happen in 30 seconds? No, no way. There's things you don't know when you commit a murder. She doesn't know how blood works. She doesn't understand blood evidence. Her steps. Didn't occur to her when she's carrying her phone around, it's going to be recording those steps. Those steps started at 4:23. 7 minutes before the call came. Things you don't know. Her house is tiny. 45 feet by 45 feet roughly. Very small space. You got furniture in there as well. She testified that she went back and forth between the kitchen and the living room a couple times to get Kate and get him in the room, lock herself in there. That doesn't account for steps starting at 423 of almost 400 feet. She didn't know investigators were going to find any of this stuff. So she thinks, when she sits down and talks to Agent Kerman, that her story might hold up. She just keeps going and going. Many, many steps starting at 423. Because she staged the scene. Talked about the blood clots and the dried blood. Biggest mistake, probably, data forensics. The snaps were recovered, the other information from her phone. Even without all that stuff, her story about Houston Danker coming over with a 22 and making his way through the house when the snow settled. She aided and abetted Houston in doing this. Or she did it herself. And the evidence establishes that beyond a reasonable doubt. you will see that you have some lesser included offenses in the packet. The judge talked about them. Second-degree murder and others. This is not a second-degree murder. If you find her guilty of first-degree murder, which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you do not need to consider the lesser included offenses. You are done. That is only if you believe she did not commit first-degree murder. The evidence establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that she did. Motive. We just went through the elements. All of them have been established. You might have noticed motive is not on there. The state does not have to establish motive. It does not need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You can consider it. We already talked about the fact that she had a financial motive. Here's her account for the month that her husband was killed. $186. Here's her business account, minus $297. Here's the insurance check she got, $514,000. There was another one that she saw for $24,000. Sold roughly another $100,000 worth of stuff. That's a motive. Here's a motive. She's in love with Susan Baker. She wants to have his kids. Start a new life with her. You might hear from defense, hey, it doesn't make any sense that she would kill Ryan because Ryan was the primary breadwinner. Yeah, that was supposed to be Houston Banker once Ryan was dead, with a nice head start of $600,000. Karina's news story. We already talked about this. I think she was only half paying attention and didn't really read them. We already talked about that. That's absurd. These messages make perfect sense in order. There's no mystery as to what they say. There's no mystery as to what they mean. They mean exactly what you think they mean. Claims Houston threatened her. Keep in mind, there's no evidence to support this claim. Data forensics. Look at the phones. Defense has this information too. This SWAT pulled it up for you. It was going through it with Tiffany Ward. No threats. Defense doesn't have a burden, but they could present you with those threats. Karina knows how to take screenshots on her phone. Any screenshots of any threats from Houston? No. What's the only evidence that these threats ever happened? Karina's word. And she sat there on the stand and told you that she lied and lied and lied for years. And she also told you things that weren't true. Two timelines at the same time. You are the judges of credibility. No evidence of these threats but her word. Her reaction to the threat doesn't make any sense at all. Well, he was making threat statements about Ryan, so she calls herself his wife, insults her husband, talks about her husband dying, wants him dead. This is another one she testified to. She had hair appointments on the morning of June 18th, the morning that Ryan was killed. She couldn't have killed him, she had regular hair appointments. It's ridiculous. Go to sleep. First of all, the messages are in sequential order. You can read them. Would it make any sense after what was just said? Absolutely 100% deal. We're going to murder my husband. We know why she said go. The scene was staged, the scene was set, no confrontation was going to happen. She now says, oh no, there were some follow-up messages. Much like the threats, there's no evidence of them. And I said, go to sleep. Makes no sense in the flow of the conversation. It doesn't matter what you think about the data, for instance. Tiffany Ward told you it's not possible. Defense brought in an expert who says Well, I didn't test anything, and I don't know how the mechanism works, but there's a column of numbers, and they're not sequential. Mr. Kodiaga said, could that just be related to the time between when the messages are sent versus each message getting the individual number? Maybe, I don't really know. Tiffany Lord told you it's not possible. It has nothing to do with that column of numbers. That column of numbers does not indicate missing messages. That's not all what that means. There's been no testimony that that's what that means. The expert that they brought in said, I don't know, I haven't tested anything, and I don't know how the mechanism works. Tiffany Lord is aware of that column of numbers because Ms. Watt asked her about it. It's not like this is a mystery to her. She said it's some proprietary information. I don't know exactly how it works. Nonetheless, it's not possible, based on the information that she has, for there to be additional messages. Regardless, common sense and reason. Read the snaps. Look at what happened. Makes no sense. She didn't say go to sleep. She said go. What are the chances that somehow all the information that's exculpatory, the threats and the additional messages that show up, it was just, I didn't do, but just somehow that wasn't happening. That's what Karina wants you to believe. It's like she wants you to believe all the different stories she's told. Makes no sense. She's guilty of murder in the first degree. The state's proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. At the close of evidence, we're asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take approximately a 15-minute break now. We've been going about an hour and a half or so. Give everybody a chance to use the restrooms. And so take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and resume closing arguments. Again, I would remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously.
That was awful. That had to be one of the worst arguments ever. And it wasn't, it was just the presentation. I mean, he hit all the highlights. It was just, there were no chalks. There were no, his voice, like, he never emphasized anything. His intonation never changed. It was just blah, 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 blah. So yesterday, I was trying to download a free, it was supposed to be free, a widget, a trip counter, a Disney trip counter. This is all I wanted. It's free. All I wanted. You can change the background. Has all these cute, different little Disney pictures. And you put in what day you're going. That's my favorite roller coaster. That's Expedition Everest. These are horrible pictures. I'm sure if you get the the paid version, I'm sure has much better pictures. That is the Sorcerer had Hollywood Studios. It is no longer there. I'm sure the paid version has much better pictures. That's the Tree of Life at Animal Kingdom. So this is all I wanted. A free widget so I could count how many days I had until I go back to Disney. That's all I wanted. So I have $6. So I had $6 in the bank. And I'm thinking, it's a free app. Why won't it let me get it? It kept wanting me to put credit card information in. Like, it knows my credit card. And it's a free app. And I have $6 in the bank. Why won't it let me do it? But it doesn't matter how much money I have in the bank. It's a free app. So I thought, okay, well, I have money on my Venmo card. So I'll do my Venmo card. And then I'll just take my Venmo card out again because I'm saving that money. But I have money on it, so they'll see I have money on that card, so they'll let me get the free app. No, because Apple says I owed them $25 for some reason. And they took $25 off my Venmo card. So I could get the free app to count how many days it is to my Disney trip. And I know what the $25 is. It's like subs that I have that I pay through Apple Pay. It's not actually money that I owe Apple. It's money that I owe. That it's like I didn't have enough money to pay Canva this month. So I was just going to wait till I got paid again and pay Canva. So now it's taken off my Venmo card, and I didn't want to take it off my Venmo card. I really need... See, this is the thing with ADHD. We're not good with details. I really need to cancel my nose rings turned around. Sorry. I really need to cancel everything and make everything come out on the same day from the same credit card. Or I don't have a credit card. From the same debit card. That's what I need to do. That would make my life so much easier. But do I have the capabilities to do that? Absolutely not. Hank Brennan was paid $556,000 as special prosecutor for Karen Reed Trial 2. Michael Cox, BPD commissioner, has denied having any meeting with Kelly Dever. He claims he knows nothing about the Karen Reed case. That's interesting. Honesty is the best policy, people. I don't know why people... She should have just got up there and said what she saw and left it at that. I don't know why she acted that way. So, if he knows nothing about the Karen Reed case, and he didn't have a meeting with her, why is she on administrative leave or whatever? it's probably not going to happen this way, but whatever movie is being made, I would like, you know how when you watch like movies that are based on a true crime? Well, they used to do this. They don't really do it anymore, but you used to see movies that were based on a true crime or on any true situation. At the very end of the day, they would like roll this thing where it would say so and so went on to do such and such. Like it would say what happened to the real life people. So they need to do like Trooper Michael Proctor was fired and Trooper Yuri Buchanan was reassigned and you know? Yeah. But like they need to do something like that. Whenever they make this movie, they need to do that at the end of the movie. They need to do the fallout. They need to like run a thing or like maybe do like a screen maybe where they put up the actor's face and then the real person's face and then like words about what happened to them after it. Because there is definitely fallout happen from this thing. And good, it needs to be. This whole thing is a cluster F. The whole thing is just, I mean, what were these people thinking? They had gotten away with crap for so long, they actually thought they could get away with this. And like I said, I still have no idea what happened in that house. No idea. But she sure didn't hit him with her car. I would love to know what happened. And we're never going to know. I don't believe we're ever going to know what happened to him. Not unless somebody's conscious just drives them to the point that they just can't stand it anymore and they have to say something. Like deathbed confession or something, you know what I mean? Like they're just speaking of, well, that wasn't a deathbed confession, but I watched a YouTube short yesterday of this beautiful, beautiful blonde haired girl. Well, it could have been fake. It could have been out of a bottle. She had brown eyes, but she was telling the story of her grandmother and how she took to her grave who she really was. She had told her family she was an orphan. I forgot where they lived. But they did like a 23andMe thing, and it came back that they were African American, and they were like freaked about it. Turns out that their grandmother was not an orphan. She was, I can't remember what her birth order was, but there was 15 of them. She had, including herself, there were 15 siblings, and she was African American. But she was very light skinned and she passed for white, and she left her family and passed herself off as white, changed her name, and they told everybody she was an orphan and she didn't have any family. And her family had no idea that they were biracial until they did a DNA test. That is crazy. I don't know what made me think of that. Why did I think of that? That is so. I mean, it's sad anyway. But if it was Higgins, because of the text with Karen, that just makes it even sadder. And if that was why he died and I was Karen, I would feel so awful. Because she was just. I don't think she was ever serious. I think she was trying to make John jealous. I think she was trying to get back at him for the Aruba trip thing. Yeah. It's kind of sad. You know, she said the reason why she made the short video was because she wanted other people that might have happened to feel like they weren't alone, because it was apparently at that time her grandmother was, she was told her grandmother was born in, I want to say 1937. She was actually born in 1924, and that at that time it was a more common thing that African Americans that could pass as white people would do that back then. And it was more common, and they felt like they had to do that to get a better life. And she said that she was very appreciative of the privileges that she had because her grandmother did that, but she just felt like she needed to get the story out to let people know that they're not alone if this happened to them. But yeah, I thought it was interesting too. I'd never heard of. Well, I take that back. I did hear of one story, but it's wrapped up in another crazy story. It's a true crime story too. It was, I can't remember the name of the movie. Chris Pine is in it. Um, Shoot, I've got the book that it's based on too. Let me pull up my Kindle and see if I can find it. Um, it ties into the Black Dahlia case, but it's also separate from that. It's been a while since I read the book and saw the movie, so I don't, because I have chemo brain. I can't remember all the details. This woman was basically given to someone else to raise because she was a black child. She was biracial. But she passed as white. Where is that book? Well, I thought I had it. Maybe I borrowed it from the library and returned it. I cannot remember the name of it. Shoot.
All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat.
I'll figure it out. I'll tell you all about it one day. I was gonna make an episode on it.
He's present, and we had just finished with the opening argument from the state. Ms. Watt, are you prepared to proceed with opening argument on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, I think I said closing argument. Go
Yes.
ahead.
I hope it surprises no one, since I've been doing it consistently, but I will talk less. And I would hope that nobody will judge the strength or weakness of the case just because I say fewer words. I want to go through some of the testimony that we heard and some of the things to take away from it in our view. Detective Fangman, I agree with the state that his video is important because it shows us some things. It shows us the layout of this home. And no, we're not obsessed about this demonstrative exhibit. It's just wrong. Because the state spent a lot of time talking about how Houston would have had to sneak through this hallway that's right next to the bedroom door, so somebody would have had to hear him. That's why it matters that that is misleading, because it's a whole room. And there was more room for him to go through that unnoticed. We also see ransom on video. And anything I say, you should always defer to your own recollection, of course, and your own notes and what you heard in the evidence. No attempts to mislead from either side. We see ransom on that video when Detective Fangman walks in. He's just laying there in the middle of the living room. And when he sees the officer, he gets up. There's been a lot of talk or speculation that Ransom had to have been barking at somebody. He had to have attacked somebody. But it doesn't appear to be the case if he's literally laying on the floor as Karina is screaming bloody murder. And even with what's going on with the children and with Ryan, he remains laying on the living room floor. A little nitpicky, but we did hear from, I think it was Gladfelter, that the wallet that was on the end table, it was never moved, as if he would know that. If you watch the video, there's no wallet on the end table. The video also shows the movements of the EMS personnel. And that's kind of important because we link it to Ken Martin's testimony. See on the video that EMS behind the chair. That's why we don't have their footprints. It's not because that entire pool is dry, it's because they don't step in it. The video is also important because it shows the state of Karina. And it is your job to decide the credibility and whether this is hysteria or whether this is true panic. We heard from Karina Cooper that Ransom was a normal dog, which is consistent or modeled. We didn't hear anything that made it appear like he was suspicious of being told to sleep in his room. He said he woke up to his mom screaming. This is interesting because everyone is so loud, and there were two of them.
Can you hear it? You can hear it? Yes, no, maybe?
But nobody testifies to having heard a gunshot. Cade confirms that his mom is running back and forth between the bedroom and the living room. We don't know exactly what time Cade got up, of course, in this minutes of span of when Karina is making all these steps. We have our only base of a timeline is the fact that we know there must have been enough time for him to go and slip and leave footprints behind. But he confirms that his mom was running all over the place, freaking out. Kate didn't make it sound like Ryan and Karina fought a whole lot. We've heard testimony from some of the friends that Karina would be pretty mean sometimes. We didn't hear from Kate that they spent all their time arguing, though. Also didn't hear any conflicting testimony from Kate about the sleeping habits of his dad, or whether he actually does or doesn't get up in the middle of the night. Andrew Gladfelter, we see the pictures that they take. We see this showcasing that is left by the front door. Cannot tell by looking at Detective Fangman's video or any body cam, cannot tell whether that showcasing is visible on that floor at that time. It is certainly possible that somebody kicked it to get it to that final place. Or it's possible that's just where it landed, certainly. But we also know from the pictures that there is a vent nearby. And we know from the pictures that these things are small. And Andrew Gladfelter did testify that they didn't look within the ductwork to find those things. If you've ever dropped something down a vent, sometimes it goes further than just the very top. The photos do confirm that this house was in a state of remodeling. He tells us that at least this front door was locked. And a point on the locked doors, this is the country, right? This isn't Cedar Rapids. This is the country. This is rural country. A lot of people don't lock their doors at night. Aaron Cooper couldn't tell us whether Ryan and Karina normally lock their doors. The state wants to contend that this is such a secure place because of the existence of keypads. But nobody has confirmed, yes, they always lock their doors. They did appear to have keypads in places where all the toys were housed. Tiffany Lord, she testified that there are millions of artifacts on these phones. Millions. That's a lot. There are a lot of data points on phones. You saw a handful. You saw some gaps in search history. She picked out one. There were others. We saw some Google searches that Houston made. The best she could find for Karina is a hunter education course. She can't explain the gaps in the Snapchat messages because in Defendant's Exhibit A alone, we know it's just not possible. These are all the snaps between these two people. And when she was testifying, I put up on the screen the series of the Biome app intents that she did later testify about yesterday. There's a lot of messages happening, a lot. And she can't tell us why we get messages, let's say June 13th, why those are able to be retrieved, but then there's missing ones in the middle. She can't answer that. She can't say it's because these were deleted specifically. She can't say because whether it was Snapchat that did it on its own, and that's because Snapchat, that type of software is proprietary. And that's what Chris Lyon was kind of explaining. It's because Apple doesn't want you to be able to get into the person's phone. Facebook wants to pretend their stuff is encrypted. These applications don't want to help police get into phones. And so that's what he was saying when police, it's essentially a hack. This software is them kind of getting them through the back door and being able to expose some information. But they can't figure everything out. So that's why we don't know why we have messages June 13th and then nothing until June 17th, and then seemingly a gap in the conversation leading into June 18th. We did ask her, can you explain why some of these numbers look sequential for the Snapchat? She didn't know. She didn't say that they're not. She didn't say that we're wrong about reading the way we're reading a database.
I'm so aggravated.
She also came back and testified yesterday that there's a biomap intent at 4:20 in the morning, but there's no message there, and you cannot answer how that's data loss. That is simply data loss. That's what it is. This might be hard to see, but this is Defendant Exhibit J, I believe. No. In any event. Look at the middle. Those numbers are going in order. That's what Chris Lyon meant when he said, I know how to read a database. I have training in a database. Because you can also use your common sense to interpret information. Those numbers are in order. Otherwise, I guess it's just a coincidence that all those numbers are in order. And obviously, above the blue line, we have a gap in the numbers because there's a gap in time. And there are other messages in between that time that don't get retrieved. The state asked Chris Lyon, and Chris Lyon, I think, volunteered, that basically the data gets retrieved off the phone. And then what happens is we use this software to be able to review the data on the phone. Because otherwise you have a bunch of raw data. And Chris Lyon said he did not compare this information on the software to the raw data. That's what he means when he says he didn't test it. I could be wrong. I never heard Tiffany Lord say she tested the phone raw data against the information she was providing to either. Coming up here and saying it's impossible and sounding confident doing it doesn't mean you're right. We heard from Carmen, I think it's Earhart, and Kirsty Shetta. They never saw Karina be physically violent to Ryan. I think it was Carmen who testified about Karina leaving some groups, kind of a tangential point, but we did hear from Holly Witt that she was still in this group that Carmen is describing. You can also surmise that you could confirm that that is true, because on defendant's exhibit with the Snapchat picture, you see somebody talking about being in Dallas. And who do we know is in Dallas? The state also talks about how everybody is like covering their location and everything and taking all these efforts to conceal a crime. We have lots of data points for Karina's geolocation from Snapchat. We only have a couple for Houston. I submit to you that that's because her location is on. People come and testify now after the fact with this information, and they're looking at Karina and her behavior through a different lens. They were her friends. And it's easy to look back sometimes and be like, gosh, this must have meant that, gosh, this must have meant that. That's just you trying to answer questions in your own head. I say the same of Teresa McBride and Brian Morrison, because Teresa McBride even testified to it, that she has gone back over time and tried to figure out what she missed. And that's why we have, them coming years later and telling the police one time in either 2018 or 2020, she said she would shoot him in the face. She had testified at her deposition. She was asked about that the behavior she saw between Ryan and Karina was nothing outside the norm of what couples do. She testified before you that Karina is probably just harsher than Teresa may be, but it wasn't something that appeared to give her much concern at the time. It's clear that both Teresa and Brian did love both these people. We heard some talk from Brian about statements about documents. Unclear what that was necessarily about from the testimony, but it certainly was nothing like, if something happens to me, look to Karina. It could have been just a reasonable discussion between two friends. I mean, it's reasonable to think somebody would tell their friends where their stuff is in case of an accident or something. Brad Rund and Jeff Gudenkauf gave us some information. Brad said she overdrafted, and she did overdraft a lot. Jeff Gudenkauf, he showed us the policies. They were gotten in, I believe, 2013, and didn't hear any evidence that at any point Ryan Cooper attempted to change the beneficiary. Ken Martin, he was on the stand for quite a while. He had a lot to say, and we learned a lot about blood spatter. And he agrees that Fangman's video is important because that's the closest we're going to get to the pristine scene. Okay? What's also important in that is you can see, and I think there was a screenshot provided of it, you can see that Karina is on top of Ryan. The state has continuously argued that she's rubbing her face all over him. That's not apparent to be the case on any of these videos. That is suggestion by the state. Ken Martin described it more as she was on him embracing him. What is noteworthy is that she has no blood on her legs or her feet. The way that Ken Martin testified would suggest that if she was nearby when Ryan gets shot, she's going to have spatter on her. If she's hanging around looking for shell casings, she's going to have spatter on her. That blood spatter went everywhere. And he said that the blood spatter in the pool could have formed very quickly. The state wants to say it was some time. It's unclear what timeline they want to have here, because making it sound like the murder must have happened at 4:23 because that's when she's up and around, but then what takes Houston 50 minutes to get there? In any event, what we know from Ken Martin is that blood can pool the way that we see here, either very quickly or very slowly. It can dry either very quickly or very slowly, depending on all the environmental factors, and air, and humidity. Based on his testimony, it appears to be possible that Houston would have time to come in, shoot Ryan twice in the face, get blood spatter on his shoe, leave his shoe print as exiting the front door. Everybody agrees that's Houston's footprint. It's his shoe print. I apologize. It's his shoe print in that house. That's Houston's. The footprint, the bare footprints, we can't match because of insufficient quality of the photographs. So we don't know whether those are Kate's footprints. Ken Martin also testified, we understand that Ryan would have been in one position for what I'll call the first pool to form, and then he had to have been shifted. But he also testified that can be involuntarily done by Ryan's own self. This is a picture of Karina that was taken by law enforcement, and you can see you have them in your evidence. There's no blood on her, aside from where she had contact with Ryan by being on his lap. We know that Houston must have probably had blood on him because he's got it on his shoes. And enough that there were also droplets on the steps. So there was enough blood on him that not only is he leaving a shoe print, he's leaving drops. Just running through the remaining witnesses that we have and what we learned that Houston attempted to give the police the wrong gun in 2023. We know that the police find shoes matching the bloody shoe prints at the scene at Houston Danker's house. And we know Houston had the murder weapon. So as in the opening, Houston Danker did this, and we know it. Special Agent Holly Witt. She does a lot of work with the cell phone tower data. We know that Houston is driving by Karina's house while Karina's not even there. We know that he's lingering around her house for a span of minutes. We have nothing to suggest that they saw each other. There's perhaps been some confusion about whether both of them have Snapchat activity happening while he's near her house. We submit to you that the slide showed that Karina had Snapchat activity, or at least geolocations updating at that time. But Houston did not. Houston's only data points were at his house, and I believe there were only a couple of them for his geolocation updating. So what is he doing lingering around this house? He could be planning his attack. He could be checking whether a door is unlocked. Also, begs the question, was he stalking her house other days? Was this a regular occurrence? Holly Witt would be able to figure that out. We heard from Karina. You are going to have to decide her credibility. She got up here and she sat and she told you what happened. She sat through the state rubbing her nose in what she had said. She did it. She told you what she knows. And she would submit to you, she attempted to do her very best to, if she said something wrong, make a correction and correct herself. Her testimony does make sense. She does give information to the police. Not all of the information, but she does give them information. She tried to get to the gun safe because somebody was possibly there. An officer was able to open it with his thumbprint. I don't know how that happened either, I guess, how his thumbprint is able to do it, but it's unclear how the state is taking the position that she's saying things that only help her, but also saying that she's only saying things that don't make sense. Her testimony was also that she sees this clotting after the 911 call. But she's older. She couldn't have been manipulated by Houston because she's older. That's a very bare bones way to look at something, but it's certainly not impossible that a younger man could engage in this emotional affair with Karina and be participating in the way that we are submitting to you. Nobody's claiming Houston is a genius, but we are saying he's manipulative. People Houston's age commit crimes all the time, even very serious ones, without the aid of an older person. Well, she got upset on cross. It's a tough spot to be. It's a tough spot to be, being dragged through every single thing that you said, having bits and pieces of your phone information displayed for everyone to see, and you just being dragged through it over and over. But she lied for so long. She told us why. She felt like Houston was possibly setting her up. She felt like people were accusing her. She was scared nobody would believe her.
How was he
It was,
setting
it
her
was
up?
wrong and not helpful to lie for so long. But she explained it to you. But the Snapchats. Again, it's incomplete information. It's obviously incomplete information. And that means data loss. Phone dumps are not gospel. There's a jump in the message ID sequence. I submit to you to use your common sense about what that could indicate. Tiffany Lord is so sure about how this biome works at 421, but again, there's no message, and she doesn't have an explanation for that. It seems like Tiffany Lord is able to explain things when they're helpful for the state, but doesn't understand them when they could be helpful to the defense. We don't have any Snapchat saying, please kill my husband. We don't have any Snapchat saying, please be quiet when you kill him. We don't have any Snapchats that the state seems to think she's busy making sure everybody is subdued. That she says, okay, he's asleep, everybody's asleep, time to come over. And then by the apparent timeline the state is establishing today, show up 50 minutes later, and we're still going to know that everybody's asleep. The state says that this had to have taken place at home with the children present because it would be weird if the kids were just not home that night. Sure, but why does it have to take place at home? If you want to kill your husband, there's a lot of places you could do it. It wouldn't involve putting your children through this. Also, if you plan to shoot your husband with your children home, you have to expect they could wake up. If you have kids, you know they wake up sometimes. I don't know what subdued means when the state says that, but there's certainly been no suggestion that anybody was drugged here. No testimony of that. And instruction number 10, that is about how you can use statements of Karina. You can use her statements that she made earlier, you can use the statements that she made here, and you can use them to decide if you believe her. You can disregard all of her testimony if you want to, but you don't have to. And the instruction says, do not disregard Karina Cooper's testimony if other evidence supports it, or if you believe it for any other reason. She got up here and she said that she was scared of Houston. And the state has tried to mishmash the timeline there. She wasn't scared of Houston until he actually killed her husband. She's still engaging in this ridiculous online emotional affair, fantasy world, until he actually does it and kills her husband. Then she's scared. And is that a ridiculous notion? Perhaps to some of you. But it was real to her. And she was scared. Whether it's because she thought that he was going to harm her, or whether it's because she thought she'd go down with this ship. Do not disregard her testimony if you believe it for any reason. Houston Danker. There's a wealth of evidence against Houston Danker being responsible. Houston Danker, we're going to say he's only so old, then he's probably reckless in his planning. He doesn't care if there's going to be a confrontation. He had made all these types of statements before. Why does he choose this night to do it? Nobody knows. He didn't testify. We know he's slinking around the house. We know he's familiar with the house. Cade told us Houston had come over and sat on the patio and drank. It's not like he needs a guide through the house. Presumably, Karina would have told Houston at some point that Ryan sleeps in the recliner chair, since there are messages of them fighting about Karina spending time with her own husband. Karina told you that they had been arguing earlier in the night. That could explain why this guy is driving by and slinking around, and it's because he's nuts. He was, up until the time he actually killed her husband, just a blowhard. Known for being a blowhard. Telling tall tales might have been the words used. So, when he is frequently saying to Karina, hey, by the way, I forget what her example was. There might be a bomb in the vehicle or something like that. Or, by the way, when I shoot him, make sure you pick up the shell casings on previous occasions in the past, and then nothing happens. She doesn't think anything is going to happen this time either. And when it does, then it's real. We talked about in jury selection, presuming somebody in it, or to do so. We're required to look at things different in a courtroom than we might look at them every day, or in our until the state proves her guilty with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And it doesn't matter that she's sitting at this table with me. It doesn't matter that she was arrested. What matters is the evidence. Beyond a reasonable doubt, you have an instruction explaining that to you as well. Like we talked about in jury selection, it is not a gut feeling. It is not a snap judgment. It is not even, I'm pretty sure. Benjamin Franklin said, it is better that 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. And that's what we mean when we say beyond a reasonable doubt. We want jurors to be firmly convinced of somebody's guilt before they make that decision. If there's any part of you that is feeling doubt, reasonable doubt, don't convict her, even if you're pretty sure, because that's not firmly convinced. Aiding and abetting. State's case is just words. There's no proof that she lifted a finger to help Houston. The state makes assertions about the things that she probably or could have done to help Houston, but there is no affirmative evidence of that. We do not convict people of the most gravest of crimes based on thoughts or words. It doesn't matter if she sometimes had made statements about wanting a rogue semi-accident, which, I would point out, Tiffany Lord conveniently leaves out of her her PowerPoint, the very next statement being, I have dark and twisted minds sometimes, divorce me. Cherry-picking evidence is misleading. And it's okay if you think you wanted to see all of it. You weren't given all of it. Houston Danker on this evening went rogue, and he actually did it. The aiding and abetting instruction tells you that her mere knowledge of the crime is not enough. The fact that she knew, or had every reason to believe he actually went through with it this time, and didn't tell the police that doesn't make her guilty.
It makes her an accessory.
The bottom line here is that no one ran off into the mountains. Karina did not blow through the insurance money. We can sit there and quibble over how much she spent on this and how much she spent on that. It had been a couple of years. She's not making any income from her job. She's got 3 children that she's paying for, presumably rent places. You're going to go through some money. Nobody testified that she went and got a designer bag or took a lavish trip or started attending the spa every couple weeks. Nobody said that.
Did she just leave her
Nobody
husband?
testified
People
to
are watching
any
her.
indication of a continued relationship between Karina and Houston. So if this was their grand plan, to kill Ryan, get him out of the way, and ride off into the sunset, why does it end? It ends because it became real and he actually killed her husband. Karina doesn't have blood on her legs and feet she would have had to have. No one has testified or even hinted at the fact that she was a bad mother. I submit to you that is important because no mother would do this with their children home. No good mother. There were 100 other ways that this could have gone down if it was planned and meant to happen by Karina Cooper. She never would have done that with her children home. She never would have put them in a situation where her son is slipping in his dad's blood. She never. And nobody has said that she would have. She did not have any specific intent to kill her husband. She did engage in reckless behavior and talking to Houston and not cutting it off and having all these conversations. It was reckless. But she didn't have any intent to kill him or for him to actually wind up dead. She wasn't even actually going to leave him. She's getting attention from some knucklehead on Snapchat, and she likes it. And she's living in a fantasy and a dream world until he does it. This decision you're about to make is a decision like no other.
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach? You may.
Ooh. I disagree. If it's just a fantasy, you are not going to be making plans to get your tubal ligation reversed. And you're not going to be saying, well, if that doesn't work, we can do IVF.
This is a decision like no other that you will make. When you buy a car, for example, you decide you don't like the car, you can sell it. Even the decision to get married. The decision to do lots of things in your life can be changed down the road. The decision of whether or not the state has proven somebody guilty of murder with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, you cannot take back. So you better be sure. Please carefully consider all of the evidence that you heard in this case. I know we've heard the word Snapchat about 5,000 times, but there's a bigger picture here, and there is a woman sitting here accused of killing her husband. She didn't do it. She wouldn't do that. She would not do that to her children.
That wasn't just fantasy. I'm sorry.
She may be an idiot in her relationship with Houston, but she didn't participate in the murder of her husband. Please think it through. Find her not guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Ringel, rebuttal?
Thank you, Judge.
And you want to move the podium?
I don't know, she seemed too aggravated to me. I didn't like her attitude. She seemed frustrated, not aggravated, frustrated.
Okay. Yes, let's
I agree. I think she did too.
think it through.
I think she baited him into doing
There's
it.
no
yeah.
evidence that their
think it was
grand
her
plan
idea.
came to fruition. Nobody rode off into the sunset. That's supposed to be evidence that Karina didn't participate in the murder. Actually, quite the opposite. Why? Why didn't they ride off into the sunset together? Because people figured this out pretty quickly. They thought they were smarter than everyone. They thought people wouldn't figure it out. They even worked out stories ahead of time if they were questioned, because they did it together. Let's think it through. Day after the murder, only hours later, Karina Cooper was interviewed. Probably a bit of a surprise to her. Ryan Herman leans forward and says, "What can you tell me about your relationship with Houston?" Didn't anticipate that. Thought they did a better job. Figured out pretty quickly, maybe he has something to do with it. She's surprised and shocked. Baker? And then, later that day, Houston Danker, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, is brought in for an interview with Agent Trent Bilodeau. What's interesting about those interviews, either of them could have said anything about their relationship with one another. How do we know they're working together? They said the exact same things. Watch the videos. They said the exact same things. Why? Because they planned this. They both said they were friends. Tell me about your relationship with Houston. Danker? He's my friend. Houston Danker. I'm like her gay best friend. They agreed, we'll go with friends. How do you know him? She cut my hair. Karina says, I cut his hair. Houston says, she cut my hair. What else did they say? Well, we're friends on Snapchat, but just like nothing inappropriate ever. They both say that. Admitting to things that, based on their research, they know probably will be figured out. Now, they think they've done a good job of deleting everything. They certainly think they've done a good job of deleting the most incriminating snaps. 2,400 messages recovered on Karina's phone, Snapchats. 61 of them deleted. Those 61 include the night of the murder. So, they also came up with a story. Because they know that people in the community have suspected that they're having an affair. So they both told the police the exact same story. They could have said anything. They said the exact same thing because they're working together. What did Karina say? I babysat his kids, so his truck was in my driveway. So people assumed we were fooling around this stupid town and their rumors. What did Houston say? She babysat my kids. And so my truck was in her driveway. People assumed I was having sex with her. Nothing like that ever happened. They told the exact same story. They told the exact same story because they're working together. They could have said anything. So they didn't run off to the mountains together because the police were onto them very quickly. And a lot of what they did was pretty stupid and pretty easily discovered. but they were at least smart enough to stop communicating via Snapchat or in other ways that they could be detected after the murder. Is it a surprise that they decided to cool it? Having committed a murder together, that they finally figured out, oh wow, these investigators know a lot of stuff, and they know it really quickly. Maybe we're not as smart as we think we are. Maybe we should stop. It's not surprising. It's actually evidence. What they said and what they did, that they were working together, and the fact that they stopped communicating is further evidence of their guilt. Defense talked to you about the concept of cherry-picked evidence, and they said, you didn't see everything. Defense has access to all the evidence. They can show you whatever they want. And they're trying to claim that the state is somehow hiding something. Nothing to stop them from showing it to you. They didn't show you anything because there isn't anything. We heard a lot of information about Houston Danker and his threats and the fantasy world that Karina was living in, the fun fantasy as any mother of three would have, happily married, where, you just talk online with your affair partner about murdering your husband. It's a fantasy world. It's just fun. Makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's not a fantasy, it's real. She knows it's real. She told you, Karina, when she came up and testified, she was in a tough spot. Yeah, she's in a tough spot because she murdered her husband and she got caught. So yeah, it's tough to sit up there and try to talk around all the evidence. And that's why so much of what she said was completely inconsistent and insulting. It makes no sense. Defense talked to you about the fact that, Karina was so scared, there's the threats, she's worried about being set up. They told you, don't disregard Karina's testimony if it's supported by other evidence. Where's the evidence? There isn't any. They have access to everything. Karina's had a phone, presumably, throughout this entire period of time that she's being threatened. She told you, he's threatening me, he's threatening my friends. She's afraid. I'm afraid that no one will believe me if I talk to the police about what happened. Okay, that's true. Screenshot? Save any of those messages? Save any evidence? There's nothing to stop her from doing it. Nothing to stop defense from presenting it to you. That because it's not real. Because it didn't happen. That's the fantasy. That she was somehow subject to these threats and manipulation. Read the Snapchats. Any threats? Any manipulation? No. It's I hate Ryan. I hope he dies. Who's saying that? Houston? Is Houston the one that's saying that he hates Ryan? Wants him to die? It was Karina. Look at the messages. It's Karina. Karina's friends. Karina made death threats. Karina Cooper said, I'll shoot you in the face. Look at the messages. Is it Houston? It's Karina. Talked again about ransom. I told you, and the evidence supports the fact, that when that dog is around Karina, he's completely subdued. Defense just told you. Look at the video. He's laying down, he's completely subdued. No reason to believe that that dog is scary at all. Unfortunately, Karina, talking to Ryan Herman, said he's very protective. And she explained how and why. So Karina's words. Defense is trying to convince you that Karina was not looking for shell casings because there was a vent nearby. Much like all the other coincidences that apparently occurred on the night of the murder that just sort of look bad for Karina, apparently one of those shell casings just happened to maybe possibly land exactly parallel with the slats in the vent that was covered at the time of the murder and somehow fell through there. We've heard no testimony that they actually fit through there. This is something that the defense is telling you. There's no evidence to support it. Defense talked to you about the fact that they didn't find a lot of stuff in Karina's search history, so therefore she didn't do anything. It just means she did a better job of deleting her stuff than Houston did. Defense pointed out the fact that, hey, there were some other gaps in her search history. Yeah, 2 weeks here and there. But the gap that Tiffany Lord referenced, again, just one of those coincidences. She told you, Karina told you, hey, something about, when asked about private browsers, I don't know how they work. I don't really get it. She doesn't really understand. But 5-month gap in her search history. 5 months. The 5 months that she was planning this murder. Right up to the murder. There's no other 5-month gap in evidence. It's another one of those coincidences. Of course, there's an easier explanation, which is the fact that she was planning a murder, the murder of her husband, with Houston Danker. That's what was really happening. Defense also talked to you about the fact that Karina's location information was on. So, yeah, she's not trying to hide anything. They did the research. Again, they knew a little bit. What difference does it make to her when her part of the murder is to be at the scene if her location data is on? In fact, wouldn't that provide a convenient alibi? I'm home. I'm just home. I wasn't doing anything. Of course. Who cares? Karina knows that doesn't matter. Why does it matter if her location data is on? It doesn't. It's just going to show she's at her house, which she was, participating in the murder. Defense is telling you these things as though they're important. They don't change anything, and they don't mean anything. We're going to talk about the blood. We've had a lot of conversation about fantasy, dreams. We're going to talk about reality. We're going to talk about the forensic evidence. We've heard enough about the snaps. You guys know what they say. Let's talk about the forensic evidence. Let's talk about what Ken Martin said. Defense talked to you about Karina and the fact she didn't have any blood on her. Well, who controlled the scene? Karina did. How long was Karina up and around and awake? Quite a while. When did the murder happen? The state never said, and there's no evidence to say necessarily, as defense said, it had to happen 50 minutes later. That'd be consistent with one of the timelines that Karina gave. We saw Houston Danker's test drives, how long he could get back and forth between his house and the Cooper residence, so that they could figure out how much time they needed to delay things, so he could get home and open his fake snap message that she sent, because they think that'll trigger location data helpful to them. Send me something so I can open it when I get home. Deal?
Okay.
Deal. That's what they're doing. He's checking out how long it takes to get home. They're trying to manipulate location data. Karina controls the scene. They said Karina had no blood on her. They said, look at the pictures. Let's talk about it.
Being on top of him.
You want the screen?
Yeah. All right. There's no evidence Karina's looking for shell casings. Let's start there. Let's talk about the physical evidence. There's enough evidence in the snaps for you to convict Karina Cooper of murder in the first degree. You can ignore all of it. Let's just take a look at the scene. Was she involved? We already talked about the ridiculous notion that Houston Danker came over with a .22 rifle, sneaking through the house. And just as a side note, defense thinks it's important to point out, hey, that hallway there's a little bit wider. Watch the body cam. It doesn't matter if it's a room or a hallway. You can see on the body cam, there's 2 doors, there's Cades, there's a dog. You guys get it. Karina's looking for shell casings. Remember those casings. It's her job. Remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. Phone manipulation, phone's going down. I love you too so much. What do we see here? Fangman's body cam video. What is on the arm of Ryan's recliner? It's Karina Cooper's cell phone. We heard that. The flashlight is on. Why is the flashlight on? Because she's looking for shell casings. That's why. She found one. She didn't find the other. There's things you learn when you kill somebody she didn't know before. One of the things that you learn, that scientists know, that detectives know, that investigators know, it's not like TV. You don't shoot somebody and they just lay gently back in their chair. It is chaotic. It is messy. And as smart as they thought they were, that didn't occur to them. They shoot Ryan. The plan is for Houston to get out of there as fast as possible out that door, which is exactly what happened. Karina's job is to find shell casings. Problem. It's chaotic as hell. She uses her cell phone flashlight to search around. She finds one, she doesn't find the other. It's on the other side of the blood pool. It's by the base of the door. She didn't see it, because there's a lot going on. That's why her flashlight's on. That's what she's doing. She's looking for shell casings. That's her job. Remember those shell casings. Remember those. Karina was present when Ryan was shot. How do we know that? Karina testified that she shook Ryan's foot. Heard her say that. She said it when she talked to Agent Herman. She said it on the stand yesterday. Ken Martin, blood swipe pattern, Ryan's right foot. Why does she have blood on her hand before she climbs on top of him? I ran out and I saw him. She says eventually she climbs on top of him and then she got blood on her. There's already blood on his foot, a swipe pattern. How'd that happen? Because she already had blood on her hands. Further evidence that Karina was present when Ryan was shot. You remember the blood pools. We're going to talk about what Ken Martin said. There's 2 of them. Why? The body was in 2 different positions. Blood pool number 1, which is the one that Cade slipped in. This is the pool that formed first. It is a drip pattern with satellite stains. What does that mean? It means after Ryan was shot in the face twice by Karina Cooper and Houston Danker, his body fell to the left. His arms were at his sides. Blood is streaming out of his face.
Why aren't you crying now?
That blood is dripping into a pool, causing splashing, which Ken Martin calls satellite stains. You see those satellite stains all around that blood pool. Blood pool number 1. Ryan's face dripping down into the blood pool for a fixed period of time, because eventually he stops bleeding into that pool when his body returns to an upright position, sitting in the recliner. There are no splashes or satellite stains associated with blood pool number 2, which you see at the base of the recliner. There were flow patterns that came straight down from Ryan Cooper into that pool that you can see right next to the recliner. 2 separate blood pools. That serves as a timing mechanism. That tells us a lot. That tells us that Karina Cooper was present when Ryan Cooper was shot. You already know this. You know this from the other evidence that's been presented. Let's start with Cade's footprints. We'll just get that eliminated right away. These are the slip patterns from Cade slipping in the blood. Were those slip patterns created before Ryan was in the upright position or after? After. How do we know? Because Ryan is no longer feeding that blood pool with splashes from his face. That's why the floor is visible. That's why it's not filled in. If he was still bleeding into that blood pool, you would not see the floor. It would be filled in. Or you would see satellite stains in that slip. Those little splashes with the tails. There aren't any. So when Cade slipped in the blood, Ryan was sitting upright.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Thank you, Judge. Keep in mind what I referred to as blood pool number 2 at the base of the recliner. That comes from a flow pattern. There are not satellite stains or splashes associated with it because the blood flowed straight down. It was not over a surface and suspended with dripping. So you won't see those splashes based on that. What do we see here? Remember what Ken Martin told you. Remember the timing. I just told you those splashes give us a timing mechanism because we have 2 separate body positions. What do we see in this image? You think they did it together? If you look at the bottom, the green triangle, Houston Danker's footwear impression. If you look at the blue rectangle, Houston Danker's footwear impression. Right there with it, what the state submits is Karina Cooper's footprint. You think they did it together? What do we know about when this footprint was formed? What do we know about when the footwear impression was formed? What did Ken Martin tell you? You can see the satellite stains. You can see the splashes. No voids or impressions in the blood pool. You can see the voids from Cade's. He said that means that those footprints and footwear impressions were formed almost immediately after the shots. That blood that formed those two footwear impressions, the footprint and the footwear impression, that blood came from the pool with the satellite stains. Blood pool number 1. That means those were formed when Ryan Cooper's body was in position number 1, off to the left, filling the blood pool with blood from his face. The voids that would have been created by those have been filled in by the continued dripping. And you can see satellite stains because the dripping was still occurring. It's not Cade's footprint. You can see Cade's footprint. It's slipped in the blood. It left a void. It left a void because the dripping was over. Ryan's body was upright, forming blood pool number 2. The blood that made these came from his face when he was leaned to the left. It's not Cade's, it's Karina's. What else did he say? No evidence of him outside the door. They shot Ryan. Houston's leaving. Karina goes to the door with him, sees him off, and then closes the door. We know about the position of the door. Once again, when you kill someone, you learn things that you didn't know before. The blood tells the story. Ryan's shot. Ryan's leaning to the left. They head to the door together. Houston's got the gun. That's part of the plan. They don't know this. But when the door was closed, there's something called high-velocity blood spatter that hit the door. And someone like Ken Martin, who's a scientist, can tell you that's from a gunshot. So we know the door was closed at the time of the gunshot. Karina didn't know you could figure that stuff out. She doesn't know how blood works. They thought they had the perfect plan. She doesn't know about drip patterns. She doesn't know about satellite stains. She doesn't know that Ken Martin and science can tell you that her footprint and Houston's footwear impression were in the swing area of that door while Ryan's body was still to the left before his body returned to the upright position, but it can. We've heard a lot about Snapchat messages, data loss, fantasy worlds. This is reality. This is science. Reality says Karina walked over to that door before Ryan's body returned to the upright position with Houston Danker. The door was shut during the shooting, opened it. Ryan's face is still dripping, creating satellite stains. How do we know that? Remember that picture of the door? Remember the edge of that door? Splashes of blood, because the door is hanging open while Ryan is hanging to the left, dripping blood from his face. Then she closes the door, and there's more satellite stains on the front of that door from the drip of blood from his face over and over and over again. She's there. She's absolutely there. Science says she's there. The fantasy world stuff, the snaps, it doesn't matter. She's guilty based on this alone. But there's more. Did she pull the trigger or did she not? You don't have to find that she did. She clearly aided and abetted in this crime. The evidence shows she shot Ryan Cooper in the face. How do we know that? Ken Martin showed you this video. .22 caliber bullet, right? Into a bloody sponge. That's called backspatter. See all the blood coming back towards the shooter? It's things you learn when you kill somebody you didn't know before. Karina Cooper is concealing backspatter. Now, defense wanted to tell you, hey, she didn't have any blood on her. We're going to talk about that. Let's think about, as defense wanted you to think this through. So let's think it through. What did Dr. Kelly Cruz tell you about the path of the wounds in this case? Into Ryan's face, to his brain, upward. Upward. The path of travel of the bullets was upward. Why does that matter? Well, Ryan was sitting in a recliner. If Karina and Houston shot him while standing over him, like this, the travel of the bullets would not have been upward from his cheek into his brain. They would have been downward. What does that tell us? That instead, when Karina Cooper shot him, she was kneeling, sighting the weapon, like this. Ryan's here in the chair. She's like this. Most of her body is not exposed to the backspatter. She shoots him in the face. The bullets travel upward into his brain from this angle. What spatter is she going to get on her? Her forehead, her face. The majority of her body is covered and concealed. What did Ken Martin tell you? Shot number 2. More backspatter than number 1. Because after shot number 1, a pool of blood forms. Shot number 2 is into that pool of blood on Ryan's face, an explosion of blood. Karina controls the scene. You saw the picture after she had the blood cleaned off from her. We had testimony that there was assistance in cleaning the blood off from her. That backspatter hits her face, and more importantly, it hits her hair. There's things you learn when you kill somebody. She's got a problem. She has blood on her face and in her hair. She can wipe her face. She can change her shirt before the police get there. It's going to look pretty suspicious if she takes a shower to clean her hair. Doesn't make any sense. She can't do that. So what does she do? What else could possibly explain what she's doing? She jumps on Ryan. She puts her face, forehead, hair into the blood coming from Ryan's face. Why is her face on the left side? where the bullet holes are. Because she's concealing evidence. She's concealing evidence. It's in the face. There she is. After getting off Ryan Cooper. Why? Why would you sit on your dead husband who had just been shot and rub your face all over his face, directly over the wounds, soaking your face and hair with his blood? Because you shot him and you're covered in backspatter, which you did not anticipate, so you had to come up with a pretty quick plan. This was what she came up with. She's guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt. Another thing to consider. Yesterday, on the stand, Karina didn't have any trouble pushing back against things that she felt weren't true, correcting Mr. Kodiaga, or as defense said, trying to be accurate. Did you catch what she said yesterday during her testimony? Mr. Kodiaga, Ryan was sleeping when he was shot? Medical examiner never testified to that. Ken Martin didn't testify to that. Ken Martin said he was shot while he was in his recliner chair. That's how he put it. Nobody testified that Ryan was sleeping when he was shot. There's no testimony to that at all. Ryan was sleeping when he was shot? Karina says, yes. How does she know that?
I didn't catch that.
Wouldn't the answer be, I don't know? She said yes. Because she shot him. She's guilty of murder in the first degree, beyond a reasonable doubt. The science shows that she is. She's guilty because she shot him. She also aided and abetted in the murder with all the necessary requisite intent. The snaps establish that. Her own statements establish that. The science establishes that. She's guilty. We're asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes closing arguments. What we're going to do now is I'm going to finish with the last few of the remaining jury instructions. So if you want to follow along, you can. We're going to pick up at number 27. Instruction number 27, nothing I have said or done during the trial was intended to give any opinion as to the facts, proof, or what your verdict should be. Instruction number 28, the duty of the jury is to determine if Karina Cooper is guilty or not guilty. In the event of a guilty verdict, you have nothing to do with punishment. Instruction number 29, during the trial, you've been allowed to take notes. You may take these with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these are notes and not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection or impressions of the evidence as viewed by the person taking them. It may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. Instruction number 30. Exhibits have been admitted into evidence and are to be considered along with all the other evidence to assist you in reaching your verdict. You are not to tamper with the exhibits or their contents, and each exhibit should be returned into court along with your verdict in the same condition as it was when received by you. Instruction number 31. You may not communicate about this case before reaching your verdict. This includes via cell phone and electronic media such as text messages, email, electronic messaging app, any other social media platform, not limited to Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, any other social media applications you may use. Do not do any research or make any investigation about this case on your own. Do not visit or view any place discussed in this case, and do not use internet or application-based maps or programs or any other application, program, or device to search for or view any place discussed in the testimony. Also, Do not research any information about this case, the law, or the people involved, including the parties, the witnesses, the lawyers, or myself. This includes using the internet to research events or people referenced in the trial. This case will be tried on evidence presented in the courtroom. If you conduct independent research, you will be relying on matters not presented in court. The parties have a right to have this case decided on the evidence they know about and that has been introduced here in court. If you do some research or investigation or experiment that we do not know about, then your verdict may be influenced by inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading information that has not been tested by the trial process, including the oath to tell the truth, and by cross-examination. All of the parties are entitled to a fair trial rendered by an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the trial process. If you decide a case based on information not presented in court, you will deny the parties a fair trial in accordance with the rules of this state, and you will have done an injustice. It is very important that you abide by these rules. Failure to follow these instructions may result in the case having to be retried and could result in you being held in contempt and punished. Instruction number 32. When you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreperson. He or she shall see that your deliberations are carried on in an orderly manner, that the issues are fully and freely discussed, and that every juror is given an opportunity to express his or her views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. Where two or more alternative theories are presented, or where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or facts leads to his or her verdict. It is the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory or facts upon which it is based. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement, if you can do so without compromising your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But do not change your opinion as to the weight or effect of the evidence just because it is the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember, you are not partisans or advocates. You are judges of the facts. Your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. Occasionally, after a jury retires to the jury room, the members have questions. I have prepared the final instructions only after carefully considering the evidence presented in the case with the lawyers. I have tried to use language which is generally understandable. Usually, your questions about the instructions can be answered if you carefully reread them. If, however, you feel it necessary to ask a question about the instructions, you must do so in writing. I cannot communicate with you without first discussing your questions and the potential answer with the lawyers. The court attendant who works with you in this case from now on is in the same position as I am. She will take an oath not to communicate with you about your deliberations. She has not spoken to you during the trial except about the mechanics of being a juror, and she will not speak to you when you have retired to deliberate, except to ask you if you have agreed upon a verdict and to manage the logistics of your service. Please do not place the court attendant on the spot by asking any questions about the instructions or the evidence. Jurors like to know how long each day they will deliberate and whether they will be sequestered. How long you deliberate any day between the hours of approximately 8:15 and 4:30 p.m. is up to you. You will not be sequestered. That is, you will be free to go home each evening if you deliberate more than one day. You will stay together during the day, including meals. Finally, if you need to notify anyone about the time you will be there, please notify the court attendant and we will make a phone available for you. Also, if you need confirmation of your attendance to keep peace with your employer, the clerk's office will provide you with the appropriate documents. All right, lastly, instruction number 33. Forms of verdict have been prepared for you and attached to these instructions. Your foreperson and each fellow juror will sign the form of verdict which accords with your findings. When you have agreed upon a verdict and the foreman or forewoman has signed the verdict form, please notify the court attendant. And that's it for the jury instructions. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you have then are just copies. Once you return to the jury room, we will get you the original. It has a little yellow tab with verdict at the back. So that's the verdict that you would complete once you have reached a verdict. We will also make a few minutes, but we will assemble all the exhibits as well. discussed with count. We are not going to send the firearm to the jury if the jury view the firearm at some point during this deliberation. So just would need to let the court attendant know. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is I'm going to select 2 alternates at random by drawing. When I select those alternates, I'm going to refer to you by number, by seat, starting at 1, up at the top left, starting at 7, across to 14, and then 15 and 16, right? Oh, yeah, I'm right. 13 and 14 at the bottom, sorry. Math has never been my strong suit. Once you've been excused, then the 2 people who are selected as alternates are excused. You're free to go. No longer must you leave your telephone number with Ms. Davis. I will once a verdict has come in, I will call the 2 alternates, let them know what the verdict was, and depending on what questions they may have, may be able to answer some of those questions. So with that, Ms. Davis, over here. Sure, this will all go digital at some point, but all right. So the first alternate is number 2. And the second alternate is number 10. So the 2 of you are free to go at this point. Leave your notes and we will destroy those as well. And again, if you want to leave your phone number with Ms. Davis, I'll give you a call once this matter has been finalized. Yep, you're free to go. Yep. Thank you very much for your service, and again, I'll talk to you later. All right, at this point, I need to administer an oath to Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will not allow any communication to or from the jury during its deliberations, that you will not personally make any communication to the jurors without court order except to ask if they have agreed on a verdict, and not to communicate to any person the state of the jury's deliberations or the verdict agreed upon before it is rendered? Please answer, I do. All right. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you to Ms. Davis and begin your deliberations.
I have no idea. I hate Verdict Watch. Belle, what is your deal? What do you want? Why are you driving me nuts today?
I believe there were 2 bench conferences. I don't know if people want to make a record on those. There was one, I believe, Mr. Ringel, you asked to approach during a slide that Ms. Watt had up, and I believe the slide on her PowerPoint presentation said a decision like no other. And anyway, you want to, I guess you objected to where that was going. Any further record you want to make on that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. And then, Ms. Watt, you had an objection during portion of Mr., or came up and asked to approach, and were objecting to a portion of Mr. Ringel's closing rebuttal closing related to, I believe, Mr. Martin's testimony. And I don't know if you want to make any further record on that.
My position was that he was arguing facts that were not in evidence and that were contradictory to what his expert said.
Okay. And I did not, again, they did not appear so to me based on my recollection. They appeared to be either inferences that could be drawn or accurate based on the testimony that was given. So overruled that objection. All right. With that, is there any further record that needs to be made with respect to closings, jury instructions, or anything else at this point on the state's end?
No.
Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then I'm going to ask, once we go off the record, I'm going to ask that you each leave me with a cell phone number where I can get a hold of you if I need to get in touch with you. And then I'm going to want at least one person from each group to maybe work with Colleen here to make sure we have all of the exhibits that we need to send back to the jury on both ends. I've got, I believe, a complete list here, and you can compare that. So with that, we'll go off the record.
Come here and talk to me, little girl. What do you want? Come here. What? Come here. Come here. Come here. What is your problem? What is your problem? What is it? Why are you barking my head off today? Huh? Why are you barking my head off? Can you say hi? Can you say hi? Can you say hi? I'm the noisy dog. That I'm the one that keeps barking and interrupting everybody's court experience today. Because I'm addicted to cookies. And I have to ask my mom for cookies all the time. She's starving me. Help. Help. Somebody call the Humane Society. I'm being starved to death. Help. I'm so mistreated. She's so mean to me, guys. She never gives me anything I want. She never feeds me. She ignores me all the time. She's a mean mommy. This is my princess. This is my baby. Are you still my best friend, Belle? Are you still my best friend? Say hey, everybody. Say hey, everybody. I'm the most mistreated dog. I just fuss at my mom all day long, all the time. And then I pee all over her house. 'Cause my kidneys don't work right anymore. I'm old. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I tell your secret? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was supposed to be secret. I'm sorry. They still love you. I still love you too. It's okay. You can't help it. You can't help you have accidents. It's okay. It's all right. That's Mommy's pretty girl. We need a bell cam. You won't stay still in one place long enough, though. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. Say, I'm spoiled rotten. I just give my mommy a hard time all the time. I pretend like I'm starving and that I never get paid attention to. And I fuss all the time. I'm really dramatic, too. You just wanted attention? Is that all you wanted? You don't like to be held. What is this? You don't like it when I hold you. Is this all you want? You don't want cookies? You want me? I wish you would let me wash your face. Daddy's gonna bring us french fries today. It's National French Fry Day. Yay! That's my favorite. Yeah, it is. It is. It's French Fry Day. It's National French Fry Day. That's your favorite food. She will jump around like a puppy. She will jump around like a puppy when she smells it. She will go crazy. She will not act like an old dog when she smells french fries. She will be running and jumping and having a fit. She loves french fries. French fries and pork chops. She smells pork chops. It's Slurpee Day too? It's Slurpee. You've never had a Slurpee. You do like ice cream though. She loves ice cream. We buy her doggy ice cream. And I'll put it on the floor. It comes in like little teeny tiny cups. I'll put it on the floor and she will pick it up and take it where she wants it. Like, she doesn't want to eat it wherever I give it to her. Oh, that makes sense. 7-Eleven. Yeah, Slurpee Day. This isn't really. This is the barking. It's just you want my attention. But you don't like it when I hold you. Well, you're liking it now, aren't you? My leg's gonna go to sleep. Her eyes get the little crusty things, and she won't let me. She'll jerk her head away when I try to. Her other eye's clean right now, but she doesn't like me to clean her face. I need to cut her claws too. It's gotten so expensive to take her to the vet to get her claws cut. I want to do them myself. They're so thick I can't get through it with the dog clippers. And then, oh, are you done now? You went down? Okay, let me help you. Because you know you don't get any traction on this floor. You do a Bambi. Oh, wait, don't chase Shadow. Okay. Okay, go play with your sister. You can go chase her now. She does, like, we call them Bambis. Because if she jumps wrong on the floor, I don't know why she has no traction. Like, even right after we get her claws cut, she still has no traction on this linoleum. She just, like, flat out. It can. Wiggles. It can. Why? Are you having eye problems? Yes. High blood pressure can cause all kinds of problems in all parts of your. Oh, I guess it wasn't attention. Why are you barking now? Yes, high blood pressure can cause problems all over your body because it does damage to your blood vessels. So it can cause all kinds of stuff to go wrong. So, yes, don't make me come out there. You need to do something about it. Are you on blood pressure medicine? You need to get on blood pressure medicine. You need to quit smoking too. And if you're on hormones, you need to get off hormones. Which I need to be on hormones. But I can't because of my blood pressure. But hormones are, yeah. Do you have glasses? There is a symptom of fibromyalgia that drives me crazy. Um, it is frequent eye changes, and my eyes change every single time I go to get my glasses, get my eyes checked. They change, and they change slightly. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. So I always get a prescription change, and my doctor's like, "Oh, well, it's only changed a little bit. It doesn't matter. A little bit still means I need a new prescription." What? Do you have to go potty? Come on. What are you doing, Belle? Do you have to quit looking at the cookie jar? Quit looking at the cookie jar. You've had enough. I guess she figured if she let me hold her that I would give her more cookies. I don't know. So, like I said, I've had these glasses for like my last two prescriptions now, and I don't go every year like I'm supposed to. So everything's getting like blurry now. So it's time to get them checked again. But I have high blood pressure and I'm on two different medications. But anytime they take mine with the machine, it's high. But then when they take it manually, it'll be normal. But the other day when I went to my pain management doctor, she took it with the machine and it was high, and then she took it manually and it was still high. But I'm always kind of borderline high. So I think that's kind of where my body's used to. And anytime it's regular, like normal, like textbook normal or lower, I don't feel good. So I think my body's just got used to it being like borderline high all the time, which is probably not doing my organs any good. So when I get older, I'm probably going to have like high blood pressure related organ problems. But I'm on two blood pressure medications. I don't really feel like switching those around. I was on three, and then I lost the weight, and I went to the doctor one time and it was low. And then they decided to take me off one of my blood pressure medications. And they probably should have left me on it because now I'm again. But as long as my blood sugar stays good like it has been, I'm happy. As long as blood sugar's good, I'm good. Because food. I wonder how long. How long do you guys think? You think there's going to be a verdict today? It seems like every time there's one, and it didn't happen in the Karen Reed. I know it was going to happen in the Karen Reed, but every time we watch a short trial and I'm like, okay, well, that's it. I'll keep a watch on it, and then I'll go live when there's a verdict. It's like as soon as I turn the computer off, there's a verdict. There was one time that I sat and waited for a few hours, and then I was like, okay, well, there's not going to be a verdict today. And then I shut off the computer, and then like 5 minutes later, there was a verdict. I didn't make a verdict thumbnail yet because I thought for sure this would be a quick verdict. So I was like, no, we're just going to stay and wait this time. My problem with I have progressives. I'm going to get those pair glasses, and they have two different kind of progressives. And it's more expensive for the better kind of progressives. What do I do with my keyboard? Oh. See, this is what I was talking about. New mixed materials. So they've got like the plastic with the metal now. But there's got to be metal. Happy birthday, Harry. I don't Hedwig's on there. Okay, I was going to say I don't see any Harry Potter stuff. Deathly Hallows floral. That's pretty. What? I forgot to look up what that word meant. There's a Patronus one. They have Birdie Bots every flavor. Beans glasses. Okay, so you pick your base. So where are the base glasses? And I think the one I picked was, where is it? This one. Yeah, this one, because it's kind of shaped like the pair I have already. And it comes, I think that was the one. Yeah, see, it says acetate, but they're magnetic. You get the progressive lenses, but they have two different kinds. There's the one that has the wider vision field. Wait. No, that's the one with the wider field. And then that's the one with the smaller. So, of course, the one with the wider is an extra $50. And then the regular, it's not an added price. And then, of course, I need to get the kind with the blue light. So that's the blue, like, tortoise shell color. Although I'm going to have tops on it most of the time. There's a purple one. I don't know if I want... I look better in darker glasses. I don't think I want black. These are actually dark blue. So I think I want the blue tortoise. And then you have all of these tops that you can add. And there's sunglasses. And there's just all different colors so you can match your outfits. And they have Harry Potter, and they have Disney, they have Friends. They have... Come on, computer. What are you doing? Scroll. It's loading. Load. Ooh, mermaid. Black lace. Polka dots. Black to blueberry. Rainbow paw prints. Those are cute. I think those are the sunglasses I want. The rose gold sprinkle sun top. Yeah, that one. Oh, that one's limited edition. The limited edition ones don't stay long. Ooh. Coral Reef. That one is limited edition. Oh, coffee. Look, it's coffee. Nighttime at Hogwarts. Ooh, those are pretty. I like those. and they come out to being like same price as a regular pair of glasses, and then the add-on things are like $25 a piece. They're like 30 if they're Disney or Harry Potter or whatever. So. 93% say guilty on court TVs. 7% not guilty. So, what do you guys want to do? You want to call it quits and just wait and I'll come back live if there's a verdict today? Or do you want to see if there's something else we can watch? Okay. Well, I guess we'll just call it a day, and then if there's a verdict today, I'll just go live again. Oh, yay! Judy got her new laptop. I don't need to be anywhere. I just don't want to bore you guys. I mean, we're not doing anything but just sitting here. There's a court TV thing that has stuff about Steven Stern. I don't know if we can watch it or not though, because I mean, we can part of it is, I guess we can watch it. I can skip through the talking head part and we can just watch the hearing part, because I've done that before and I haven't gotten copyright claimed or anything. I just have to find it again.
Mr. Stearns is not present, and it was my understanding. understanding that Mr. Stearns is not. Present, and it was my understanding that the defense was not
I didn't mean
requesting
to
his
do that.
appearance
Stop.
today. His appearance with us was waived. Is that correct? Thank you. I note that Mr. Stearns is not present, and it was my understanding that the defense was not requesting his appearance today, and his appearance with us was waived. Is that correct? Yes, Judge. Thank you. It's unusual that the court doesn't defer to a joint motion to continue. Under this case, I need some additional information as to the grounds. Suppose the following. I understand that, number one, this is that the assistant state attorneys are in high demand, and unfortunately, we have a lot of cases that are pending. I also am mindful of the fact that the orders on the motion to suppress came out close in time to the pretrial. I'll note that it's be about 3 full weeks until we selected those factors. The motion to continue, is going to be denied. I will make concessions to when the trial will begin. I think I'd like to begin jury selection on July 22nd. Potential opening statements would, depending on jury selection, be on the 25th, with either the presentation of evidence in an order that accommodates unavailability of witnesses beginning that Friday, or on Monday, July 28th.
Okay, that's the judge from the Stephen Stearns trials. The first one is now delayed.
Oh, it is
Stephen Stearns, you may recall, accused of sexually assaulting, memorializing the sexual assaults of a little girl named Madeline Soto for years on his account and ultimately on his phone, then charged with her murder after she went missing and her body was found 20 miles from the home. Facing two cases, the sexual assault for everything.
I think they're definitely working on a deal because, like you said, he has no defense now. The pictures are out there. We know what he did. It's on his phone. It's memorialized. So what is he going to say? Someone else put them
of a life sentence or 2 consecutive life sentences. I don't know how he no, not if you have a prosecutor who believes in using the death penalty for punishment rather than for a tool.
Oh, crap. I thought there was more hearing. Dang it. Well, that sucks. Why aren't they televising more of his... Because it's Florida, they should be televising more of his stuff. Let's see what this one is.
Starts. He's accused of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto. And before we show the brand, we're going to get you caught up on how we got to this point in the case.
All right. So before we start talking, I must have. Okay.
Gained significant public attention because Madeline had just celebrated. Body was found in a wooded area because he wasn't initially charged.
Okay, this looks safe. I hope I don't get in trouble. I mean, I won't get in trouble. I'll just have to cut it out. But this is the Madeline Soto case. Okay, so this is Stephen Stearns. This is the Florida case. I've been following the news reports and stuff of it since it started, pretty much. This guy, okay, his girlfriend, I don't know if she owned the house or if she just ran the house, like a boarding house kind of thing. So her daughter was 13-year-old Madeline Soto. That's her. She's a little cutie pie. And I guess he was just a tenant in her house, and then they started dating, and sometimes he would sleep in her room, and sometimes she would let Madeline go have movie marathon parties and sleep in his room with him. And he did things to her, and he took her to school one morning, claimed that he let her out because she saw some friends, I guess, and wanted to walk the rest of the way with them, but she was never seen again. So he is getting 2 trials because apparently there were other kids he did similar things to. I don't know the details about that. But I'm not surprised because I don't think you start doing stuff to a kid and then unaliving them right out the gate, if you know what I mean. So I'm not surprised at all. Why they're having 2 trials, though, I'm not sure. Unless it's just because he essayed the other kids. Or, I don't know, maybe it's not essay. Maybe it's just pictures on his phone of other kids. I'm not sure about that part of the trial. So, the July 22nd trial is for that. And then there's going to be another trial for Madeline Soto's unaliving. And I want to do both of them. I usually don't like doing trials where bad things happen to kids, but this one I'm doing because I've been following it since the beginning, and it's a Florida case, and I think this one I'm flabbergasted at why a mother would allow their child to be so friendly with a grown man, I think is. And I watched her interviews, and she doesn't seem very bright. I don't know if she's slow, if she has some type of mental deficiency, or if she's just not all there. I mean, it's just, to me, it's a no-brainer. Like, why would you let your 13-year-old child do that? But I don't know.
With murder. Initially, it was charges of child sexual abuse pertaining to Madeline. Court TV's Judge Ashley Wilcott reports.
Stephen Stearns is accused of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto, his girlfriend's daughter. Madeline went missing on the morning of February 26th, and her mother, Jennifer, spoke to WFTV the next day.
I feel like I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe?
Jennifer says she realized something was wrong when she went to pick Madeline up from school, and she wasn't there.
I was the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
I get it, and I don't usually do cases like this for that reason. I know some people can't. But I don't know. This one, I just want to see through to the end. Oh, he's a good-looking guy there. He's not now. He's yucky.
According to Stearns, he dropped Madeline off in a church parking lot next to her middle school. He also spoke to WFTV the day she went missing.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. She said thanks, love you too. That was it.
Police began to suspect Stearns as they investigated and looked for Madeline. And when they examined his phone, investigators say they found videos and images of sexual abuse of Madeline.
During our forensic investigation, we uncovered disturbing evidence, graphic images, and videos depicting crimes being committed. It was during this examination that we learned we needed to act swiftly to remove the suspect, Stefan Stearns, from our streets.
2 days after Madeline went missing, Stearns was arrested and charged with 60 child sex crimes. On March 1st, Madeline's body was found in a wooded area off of a 2-lane road, 40 minutes from where Madeline lived with her mom and Stearns. And on April 24th, Stearns was charged with first-degree murder. He pleaded not guilty.
The evidence shows an individual that was entrusted to keep Madeline safe, made calculated moves to dispose Madeline's belongings and place her body in a wooded area before she was ever reported missing.
Investigators say Madeline was never dropped off or near her school. Surveillance video allegedly shows Stearns returning to the family's apartment complex the morning she disappeared with Madeline visible in the car. Detectives believe she was already dead.
We know this case has gained significant public attention because Madeline had just celebrated her 13th birthday and was just a child. The indictment signifies a crucial step forward in our quest for justice.
It's such an upsetting case this is. Now, we're going to show you those newly released video pieces, this video evidence of Stephen Stearns talking with investigators. In this first clip we're going to look at, he's talking to police about the birthday party for Madeline. Remember, she just celebrated her birthday. This is before she went missing. Take a look.
I know that you were brought up here by detectives, right? Detectives drove you? Okay. And that was earlier today.
I have no idea how long ago that was.
It was sometime today.
Sometime today, correct.
So being that you're here, we're here, you were taken here by detectives, I just need to get this out of the way just so we can talk about how we're or where she may be, okay? All right. Have you ever been in trouble ever in your life?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever had your rights read to you at any point in your life?
I must have.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm going to do them again just to get it out of the way, and then we can talk about school and stuff like that, okay? All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning. Do you understand these rights? Okay, perfect. All right. So before we start talking, one last thing. Can you just raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm that the statement you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay. All right. So she had a birthday recently. She had a birthday party Sunday,
yeah.
Okay. So did you come to the party?
No. I was not. I was on my way up at that point.
Okay. So the party ends. Did you pick them up from the party?
Someone must have dropped her off.
Okay.
She was there when I got there. Jen asked me to make sure that the shower and did her bedtime routines, which she did. She was already on top of it, so nothing to do there.
Okay. What time do you think you got back in Kissimmee?
What time I got into Kissimmee?
Yeah.
maybe 8 o'clock, 8:30ish, something like that.
And I apologize if you've answered these questions before. It's just like I said, we're coming into the game late, so I may ask you things that you've already answered probably 3 or 4 times.
Well, I apologize as well. My memory is not super reliable on time frames. I've been medicated for the better part of a week.
Okay, that's fine. What do you take medicine for?
Anxiety mostly. I've been having some money troubles lately. Anxious over that, so.
Okay, well, hopefully your money troubles get better.
I've been medicated on Ativan since probably Saturday.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so when you got to Kissimmee and you got to the apartment, what happened? Like,
made some dinner, made some ramen. I love how I make my ramen. Then we started watching Sister Act, but it was time for her to start getting ready. Basically, just as we were starting Sister Act.
Okay.
And that was just about bedtime.
What time is bedtime?
Usually 10:30, 11ish, something like that. It's a spectrum, not a set time.
Then, so who's going through the bedtime routine? Because I know Jennifer said she has somewhat of a little routine too that she does. Is it her? Are you talking about?
Jennifer's routine is taking her meds, eating some food so that she can have the proper calories for the meds. And then she's got about an hour to do whatever she needs to do because she needs to fall asleep at that point.
Okay, gotcha.
Her bedtime routine is taking her bedtime meds, brushing her hair. She should have showered that night. And then she goes to bed as well. Usually with some bombs or something on in the background. Bombs burgers.
Got it. What are the sleeping arrangements?
She sleeps in her.
Okay. Did she sleep in her bed Sunday night?
No. I was just back. I had been away for a couple months. We in the same bed together, so. To get some serious sleep. So she said and suggested that would suffice and Jen get to sleep in peace.
Okay. So you say snuggle time. What does that mean?
Like to be alone. She is extremely dependent. She does not like to be alone at all. She needs human presence around her. Simply.
Gotcha.
We've been trying to wean her off of that, but it's been difficult.
All right, so Jennifer says go up, so snuggle time with you to help her go to sleep. Is that right?
Just bedtime. Yeah.
Bedtime. Okay. Did you stay in the room the entire night?
Not the entire night. I'm usually up and down sometimes. So I might go grab a drink or something, or yeah, I'm up and down sometimes.
Gotcha. But you didn't at any point go. Okay. All right. So night goes on, morning time comes around, and it's to school. I'm walking through that a little bit.
Excuse me. Morning routine. She usually starts waking up. We set about 3 alarms. The first one goes off and we let her keep snoozing.
Do you remember what time her alarm goes off? Or what?
Not really. Maybe 7:30ish. I'm not sure. Alarm goes off. We let her snooze about 3 times while we start getting ourselves ready. After the 3rd snooze, it's time for her to get up for real and start getting ready. Typically, she will have showered the night before, so she needs to brush her hair, brush her teeth, excuse me, get her book bag together, eat some breakfast if she's going to eat there. And then we eventually make our way out the door.
So walk me through, like, you leave, you take her to school in your car?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of car do you have?
It's a Lincoln. It's actually my parents' car because my car is down south. It needs maintenance and we're scared of driving too much. So I'm driving a Lincoln right now. Got out early. The plan was to get some McDonald's on the way. So we got out nice and early.
Do you remember what time you left, roughly?
Not 100%. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. My memory has not been super reliable.
No, that's fine.
But it was early. Maybe 7:30, 7:45, something like that. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not certain.
That's fine.
The plan
was Jennifer awake when you guys left?
Semi-awake. I was giving her updates as we were going along. Getting ready, she's getting dressed. We're leaving now. Goodbye. But she was sleeping in, so I was just giving her little updates and poking my head in as we went. But we leave the house. We start making our way to the school. Most of the time, we make our way over towards the school area. I ask her if she's still in the mood for McDonald's. She says no. So one. Continued on. It was still pretty early though, I think. We still had some time to kill. It wasn't really time to drop her off yet. I had apparently forgotten my clicker key fob for the gate. So I ended up actually turning around at some point and going back to the community to get the clicker. I had to use my parking sticker to get in for the guy to scan. I had some errands to run afterwards and I wanted to have my phone. But we still had plenty of time as far as I knew. So I did that. Grabbed the clicker, left again, and that's when we drove over to her school area and I dropped her off where I dropped her off.
Okay. Do you remember where you dropped her off?
Yeah, it was the stretch of road, I forget the street name. It was the stretch of road that the school is on. Make a right onto it. It goes down a little ways. There's some communities over here, and then up further there's a church, and then there's the overpass and the school on the other side of the overpass right there. I dropped her off on that stretch where the communities are.
Was she by herself when you dropped her, or was her friends there?
Yeah, she was by herself. She said she was going to go find her friends and hang out, wait for them to show up.
Okay.
It was still early.
Where did you go after that? Like, did you see her walk towards the...
I saw her making her way towards the direction of the school, but she was like kind of shuffle steps. She was meandering her way there. She was rummaging through her backpack for something. I assumed she was looking for headphones maybe. But as it turns out, she did leave her phone at home that day, so she might have actually been looking for her phone.
Gotcha, okay. What was she wearing when she left, or when you dropped her off?
Green hoodie, black shorts, black or blue, black shorts, white Crocs.
White Crocs.
Still to come here on Court TV Live, what Stephen Stern says happened when he dropped Madeline off at school.
Kind of going to arrive very shortly with some time with each other.
Okay. So when you got home, when both of you got home, what? Walk me through the rest of the day.
Just hung out, chit-chatted. I mean, I don't know. It's not much to recollect.
But you stayed at home pretty much all day, or no?
Pretty much until maybe noonish or 1 o'clock. I had a few errands to run, but I wanted to be back in time for us to go. So I just ran up and down 192. Ended up getting a flat at some point, which made me late to get.
Where'd you get a flat at?
Somewhere along 192.
192 is a big road.
It is, and honestly, it all looks the same to me. So I've been asked, do you remember what plaza you were next to, what color? And I'm like, I'm ADD as it is, and I was in a medicated fog for the better part of a week. I'm lucky I remember what color I'm wearing right now.
Do you remember what errands you were running?
Yeah, I wanted to go check out some game shops.
Where were these game shops?
There's Coliseum of Comics, there's House Rule Games nearby. A lot of the Targets and Walmarts carry the game I was looking forward to. We just had a new release on Friday, so even though I don't have much in the way of money right now, I still wanted to look and see what the situation is.
It's always nice to window shop.
It is. And I'm a serial consumer. So I was just driving around up and down 192, sort of just aimlessly, honestly. Just killing time till it was time to go back.
All right, so when you got home, did you and Jennifer leave from school?
So I got home, it was 10 minutes later than Jen had wanted to. Like 10 minutes. I called her and said, hey, where are you? I'm so sorry, I got a flat. She already left. She had been gone for 10 minutes. It didn't make sense for her to come back and get me. She likes to be the first in line when the kids start coming out.
Okay, then wasn't at school. So what happened? Did Jennifer call you after that, or what?
I was already on the phone with her while she was waiting. We were just chit-chatting. We do that. We just keep each other company, even if we're not physically together, you know. And she's... That's when we started asking questions, you know. Did she go somewhere else? Did she know that you were going to come pick her up? Did she possibly go to her office, which has kind of been what she's been doing for the past working a new schedule. So we started making all the calls. No one had seen her yet. So that's when we started getting a lot more concerned and panicked. She drove around a little more, looking for her, looking along the walking paths, and didn't see anything. Went to her there, waited around, not there, went back to the school, not there. At that point, the whole family started rallying up and going to
What a tangled web we weave. Now, we know the school said Madeline never made it. Let's talk about this story, though. He told investigators, I'm sure as they're sitting there, they know she never made it. Let's bring in Sunny Slaughter and ask her what she's thinking right now. Okay, Sunny, watching from afar, looking at these two subjects. I know that something we were talking about off air was that the dynamics in that room are jumping out to you with these investigators and how they're playing this with Stearns. Kind of take us there, explain to us what they're doing, please.
Thanks, Julie, to talk about this again. Initially, I did not see the second officer that you never hear speaking in any of the video. And it's really important because most interviews happen with two people in the
sleeping along the way when she does that.
How often have you?
Not often, honestly. This might have been my third or fourth morning school run. I'm not normally the one to do it.
And on the other occasions, has she had you drop her off in and around the same location, or how does that?
She has this image thing. I guess
she only likes to be seen getting out of certain cars in front of the school. But mine's, I guess, kind of a hoopty, and she's embarrassed.
Lincoln?
Nice looking Sentra. So, yeah, this is not the first time she's asked me to drop her off a little ways down so she could walk up and, look cool.
So you say she was conked out on the way there. You said you took her to school, or you were on her way to school, you needed to turn around to get your clicker.
Correct.
Was she sleeping then, too?
She was, yeah.
Okay.
It had been an early morning, so I figured it'd be fine to let her sleep in the car ride.
Okay. When you got back to the apartment complex, did you go in the front gate, or because I know there's the front entrance and then the back entrance?
When I came back after forgetting my phone.
Yeah. So which way did you leave?
I would have had to go in the front.
Okay.
And the guy scanned it. And I got in and got my fob and left. I don't remember if I left out the front or the back.
Did you stop anywhere else in? No.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did you take any trash out from the apartment?
The night before, I think I did. Sure, I took the trash out at some point, but I don't remember if it was the night before or it was the morning of. Yeah, sometimes we get trash bags piling up by the door. To see them.
Is there like a common trash place, or like is there their trash too?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that where you took the trash out?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't remember if that was Sunday night or Monday morning?
It could have been Sunday night. I don't recall. I'm sorry, I was in a fog.
Well. So, where you don't know?
Supposedly they got video of her walking past the church or waiting at the church for a while and then leaving.
How's your relationship with her?
Great. I'm one of her favorite people in the world.
How old are you?
I'm 37. About to be 38.
You seem like a genuinely nice person.
I try to be.
Jennifer talks very highly of you. So the morning school, when you came back, get your clicker. What was your?
She wasn't saying anything. She was just asleep. She was just reclined in the chair, sleeping.
Okay, explain to me, like reclining backwards.
Just laying back in the chair. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm too old to lie to people. Too old to beat around the bush. And we seem like we're having a generally good conversation right now. Okay. The only thing that I ask for from you is, and I will reciprocate, I want you to be honest with me as much as I'm being honest with you. Okay. There's cameras in as you can imagine. Nowadays, cameras are everywhere. Okay. So we see you coming in at the guard shack. Okay. We see you go by the dumpster. Okay.
I may have taken some trash with me then.
What was in the trash?
House trash.
House trash?
Yeah. So it must have been that morning then. We'll toss trash bags on the back seat, and wherever we're going on our way out, we'll drop that on the way. I think I may have mentioned to her before. I have to double check.
Okay. Was everything in trash bags?
I'm sorry?
Was everything in trash bags, or was there any items that were just tossed along with the bag?
I think it would have been in trash bags, or maybe some boxes too. Some birthday stuff, leftovers. I can't remember exactly what.
Okay. When you for school, did she have her backpack with her?
Yes.
She did. Did she have her school computer with her?
Yes. Presumably. Yes.
Presumably. Okay.
She should have.
Once again, this goes back with the whole honesty thing. There was things in that trash bag that got thrown away that probably shouldn't have been thrown away. Okay. We'll get that in a minute. But right now, our main focus is finding. That is our number one focus right now. Okay. Do you have any idea where she may be?
No.
None whatsoever. Okay. Something may have happened. Do you think
I don't think so. I don't think what could have happened.
Okay. All right. Do you know anybody that lives in St. Cloud? Do you know where St. Cloud is?
St. Cloud, that's... north or south?
East. East of Kissimmee.
I've been out there too much. Yeah, I'm familiar with St. Cloud.
Okay. Whereabouts in St. Cloud? Like, do you know friends out there, or?
I don't have any friends, really. I've driven out there a few times before. Mostly just when I'm meandering up and down 192.
Were you out there this week?
Yeah. Yeah, I was out there sometime this week. Sometimes I drive. Just drive and meander around and explore. And drive till I don't know where I am, and drive till I know where I am again. And I don't know, just driving just, it's peaceful sometimes.
All right.
If I got time to kill, I'll just drive around.
So you're saying when she had her backpack, presumably her school computer was in her backpack, and you described her wearing a green jacket, some kind of dark colored shorts, and white Crocs. Okay. Well, I can confidently tell you she did not go to school with her backpack.
How's that?
Because we found it in the trash. So, Stefan, here's what I'm asking you and pleading with you is to dig down and do some soul searching. Okay? You understand? Family's pleading with you. I'm pleading with you because this is that we need to find. And it's, as more time goes by, it's tough. I have kids, he's got kids. And this little girl's out there somewhere that we need to know where. And I really, really, really think you can help us. I mean, you want to get something off your chest. I don't know what it is, but I'm pleading with you.
I don't know. I don't.
What happened?
I dropped her off.
Where?
I dropped her off on the road to school. That was the last I saw her.
Did sometime throughout the night on Sunday, did you guys have any interaction, conversations?
What, like fight?
No, I'm not saying fight. I'm just. Did you guys sit up and talk, or?
We talked while I was making ramen. She was excited about her choir performance coming up. She was singing a little bit. I told her it was pretty. It reminded me of Sister Act. That's why I wanted to show her that movie. Just talk about a crush she had on a boy.
How'd that make you feel?
Fine. She knows she's not old enough to date, but I told her crush on. Get your crush. That's healthy.
Do you think, has she had any boyfriends in the past?
Not per se, like boyfriends as however they can be early on, but we decided that she was too young and needed to avoid that BS.
All right, being that she's too young, so she shouldn't be having sex with boys. You're saying?
She's all the that stuff. None of it counts. It's real. I just told her she'd be better off waiting until high school.
Disgusting. It boils my blood and nauseates me. I know it does you too at home. And what great police work here. They knew all along that they had that backpack. They knew she never made it to school. And there's more to come. This was just bomb number one that they dropped, finding her things in the dumpster.
Long day, no sleep.
Who else has access to your car? Are you the only one that drives it?
My parents have access.
But here in Kissimmee?
Here in Kissimmee, I'm pretty much the only one with access to it.
So safe to say you'd be the only male driving that Lincoln?
Presumably, yes.
All right, I want to get back a little bit to you saying she's not allowed to have boyfriends or anything like that.
She can have crushes. She likes them. That's fine.
All right, have you and her ever exchanged, do you guys exchange text messages? How do you guys communicate?
FaceTime. She'll FaceTime me at night when I'm not around before bedtime to say goodnight. I'll talk. Sometimes we don't even talk about anything. We'll just sit there doing our own thing and just with each other's faces on the phone. Just spending time,
What happened? So the deputies made a comment. So what happened to your phone?
No idea what happened to my phone. I was pushing off doing this update for a while and I ended up trying to do it. I don't know what the hell, my head being in the state it was, I wasn't paying attention. I ended up somehow doing some sort of option that updated the OS, but it ended up wiping my phone at the same time. Even just now, the phone that my dad gave me and set up for me, I literally just pulled it out of my pocket and the sucker was reinitializing again. So I don't it's just me and technology right now, or I'm just not paying attention, or...
Did that happen once to your phone, or how many times do you think you updated your phone?
I think I tried to update it twice, and I don't know what happened.
Okay, and from what I understand, that you gave the deputies consent to look through your phone. You did, okay. And you voluntarily gave it to them so they could bring it here to do the extraction and stuff like that. Okay. What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages. Emails. Phone stuff.
Pictures?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pictures were on there?
Training card pictures, lightsaber pictures, Disney pictures.
Do you have a Google account?
Yeah.
Do you save pictures to your Google account?
Sometimes.
Or is it automatically? I know sometimes phones sync to a cloud and...
Yeah, I think it backs up to Google.
And then sometimes when you reset your phone and your phone updates and puts these apps back on your phone, sometimes they will put the images back on your phone.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you have
I assume so.
Do you have any pictures of you?
Probably. I mean, we went to Disney, took selfies on the train. She got back from Puerto Rico and had her hair braided. We got pictures of that. All sorts of pictures. Family events. I'm not as much of a shutter button. Take them every once in a while.
Any other pictures that you think of? Here's where I'm going to be brutally honest with you. There's your phone. And I'm pretty sure you know what some of those pictures are about. You're a very intelligent person. And I don't want you to discredit yourself by saying you don't know about all the pictures that are on your phone. You understand what I'm saying? So do you want to add to the list of pictures?
Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question. My sole purpose right now is to see if I can find, and I'm really hoping you can help me.
Okay. Well, I'd like to try to help, but I feel like I should probably have a lawyer present at this point.
So you're wanting an attorney?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That can happen. I want to let you know you're not free to leave. You're being detained, okay? Do you want to know what you're being detained for? Capital sexual battery and possession of child pornography. So we're going to step out. If you need anything, please tap on this door. Okay? And there's going to be detectives outside that will be able to assist you.
Okay.
Well, good luck to you, Mr. Is it Stearns?
Yeah.
Stern.
They got him. They got him. Did you see that look of defeat on his face as soon as they left the room? Let's bring in Lieutenant Lieutenant Mike Gould watching along, our law enforcement analyst on the program today. Lieutenant, you had been saying how these detectives did a masterful job in all of the questioning to build up. What did you think?
Pleasure driving here.
All right, so in the name of the state of Florida, all right, any sworn Kissimmee police officer, Osceola County Sheriff's Deputy, Orange County Deputy, sworn investigator of the State Attorney's Office of the Ninth Judicial Circuit Court of Florida, special agent of Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, or any sworn police officer, deputy sheriff acting under a mutual aid or cooperation agreement with the Sheriff's Office of Osceola County. Whereas before me, the Honorable Judge, it's hard to read his handwriting, of the Ninth Judicial Circuit of Orange County, Osceola County, the sworn written application affidavit search warrant has been made on this date by Detective Moore of the Kissimmee Police Department, assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division. And whereas the facts made known in this application and search warrant, there may be cause to certify and find probable cause to believe that certain evidence, to wit, DNA, genetic material, buccal swabs from you, Stephen Michael Stearns, blood, saliva, or epithelial cells to be collected from you, Michael Stearns, photographs and swabs of your penis, and clothing worn by you as of right now. All right, this is evidence. This is believed to be evidence of the felony crime that we've already talked about that took place in Florida, which is a violation of statute 7940114B and 8270715A, prohibiting the crimes of sexual battery, possession of material depicting sexual performance of a child.
And if you could put your hands out like this. And turn them over. Do you want me to take out this watch? Yes, that'll work. And your hat also, please. If you can take off your shirt. Last sip of water before you go?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
All of it?
We won't go on until we get the time.
Would you like some more? Okay, head out there, just wait with her. She'll get you a little bit more water, and then I'm going to check this room, and we will get out of here.
Wound up having to take off that stupid backwards hat after all. Let's bring back in Lieutenant Mike Gould for some final thoughts. Oh, Lieutenant, that
Sure didn't go the way he had hoped it would. What do you think there when they came back in? Do you think he was at all stunned at that very humbling process that needed?
Okay. Ugh. Yuck. He actually thought they would believe him. Dummy. Lord, that is just ugh. And now I've lost my whole chat. maybe I shouldn't do that trial. I lost everybody with that. Maybe I need to rethink that. Oh my goodness. Maybe I don't need to do that one. Oh. Oh. I don't know why that. Oh, you're still here. I thought you were one of the ones that left me. I don't know why. I usually don't like to do ones with kids, but I think the reason why, I mean, it said they lived in an apartment building, but the way she talked was like it was a house with different rooms. And so, because she's like a Pop Tart flavored Frosty? Because the way she talked was like I would let her go to his room. So I thought it was like a boarding house or something where they lived. And the reason why that one gets me is because of the mom. Because the mom is a freaking idiot. She's an idiot. Why would you let your 13-year-old kid just like have a sleepover with an adult man? That's stupid. I think that's why this case has got my interest. Because the mom's an ignoramus. I expected her to get charges. And I think they gave her immunity. I think that's why she didn't get charges. I cannot wait to get a studio. I'm gonna have a big desk with everything right here instead of everything all jammed up on top of everything else. Why does my keyboard look like something has been spilt on it or sprayed on it? It looks like, oh, I bet you I know what it is. It's air freshener. From where I've sprayed it and it's settled onto the keyboard. That's probably what it is. Like, I don't even have enough room on the desktop to move the window to my other monitor. No, there shouldn't be. And she's not at fault for, I mean, she's not at fault. She's not at fault for her death. She's not at fault for him doing things to her. But she enabled it. Because he got access to her because her mom. No, we're not there yet. I don't know why. Ooh. What? It was only 18 minutes long? Well, we watching it. Adelson. I've not been following this case. This is another Florida case. I've not been following it at all.
All rise. Court is now in session. The Honorable Chief never presided. Suda. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Judge.
We're here this afternoon in State versus Donna Adelson, 2023 CF 3226. Two motions we're here for this afternoon would be the defense's motion to compel and also the defense's motion to extend previously ordered deadlines for witnesses, exhibits, and pretrial motions in completing discovery. Part of the reason I believe we need to have a hearing on these matters as well, and I'll let you make your argument in just a moment, Mr. Zellman. Have you discussed with your client specifically as it relates to the raw data that you are seeking, specifically for Charles Adelson and herself, that this has the potential to reopening the door of the conflict?
Your Honor, I don't think that it would. It's in the same category as the emails that Your Honor authorized us to obtain in April, the raw, unredacted, unfiltered emails from our client's own account.
While they're certainly discoverable and while you have an interest in using them to prepare for, the question remains. Have you discussed with your client the possibility of this reopening the door to any conflicts?
No, we have not, because I don't think that it would reopen the door.
Very well. You may make your argument.
So, Your Honor, you may recall a number of times we've been before the court, and the defense, and as laid out in the motion to compel, we have been asking for the raw, unredacted downloads, the emails, and we were repeatedly told that that had been provided to us. When we were able to retain an independent forensic data expert and provided them with the materials that we had been provided, we were informed that those are not the raw forensic extractions. And I was asked to obtain the raw forensic extractions. And in the motion to compel, I actually cut and paste the expert's explanation. I'm not going to try to paraphrase it. It's an explanation that he provided as to why it is his recommendation that we obtain the raw forensic extractions. That's what I did. I've requested that. It's taken, we're now at a month since I made that further request. And I believe that we're entitled to that. I think the rule provides that. Our intent, in part, is to verify the cell brights that the state has prepared. The only way to do that, according to our expert, is to obtain the raw extractions from the state. And that's why we're asking for that, Your Honor.
Ms. Kappelman, you may respond.
No objection, Your Honor. I would just ask that whatever reports are generated by their expert as a result of that data being re-Cellbrighted be provided to my office in a timely manner, because I'm advised, based on the version of the program and type of program they use to produce a report to verify our report, there could be some small differences involved. So I would like to not be surprised with that at trial.
Well, as to that, I will grant the defense's motion to compel. As to the issue of the conflict, specifically, Mr. Zellman, in part, when we had the first case management, I had counsel verify that they had no conflict as far as giving conflict-free representation to Mrs. Adelson. Should anything change with your review of these cell brights that may include communications from prior counsel or deal with matters that pertain to information that was provided by Charles Adelson, At that point, we are going to have to revisit the issue. Does everyone understand those?
Yes, sir. May I approach with a proposed order?
You may.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, just to provide a report, Mr. Corbett and the defense expert have been communicating over the last 18 hours or so that once that order was signed, Sergeant Corbett was going to upload that to a portal that they've already tested this morning, so that our expert can download it. That'll be the fastest way for them to do that. He said as soon as, Sergeant Corbett indicated that as soon as he was given instructions to start the process, he would do so.
Right. As to the second motion, the extending of all deadlines for the defense. In particular, we've already had 2 extensions that have been provided by the court, first from the April 30th deadline, second from the May deadline. Does the defense have any motions that are unrelated to the new discovery?
No, Your Honor.
All right. As to the motions that you believe you still need to file that are in some way related to this discovery, what is preventing these motions from being filed and you seeking leave to amend as necessary?
Your Honor, due to scheduling, we were only able to depose Mr. Newland and Sergeant Corbett Wednesday, Thursday. We are deposing Special Agent Pat Sanford, I believe, on this coming Tuesday. Before filing those motions, I think it's appropriate to make sure that there's a good faith basis to do so. And having those depositions, that testimony is, in my opinion, is necessary before we can do that.
Right. And I believe there are some other depositions that are scheduled for July or I believe next week as well.
Yes, sir. We have them on Monday as well, and maybe Tuesday and Thursday.
Part of the reason that we have, whether it be discovery or any sort of deadline cutoffs in any case, is not simply arbitrary of the judge just saying, get it done by a certain date. It is so we can proceed orderly to trial. I believe your proposed dates were to within 4 weeks of when you believe the state has fulfilled its obligation, that's when you would want to file your motions.
Well, Your Honor, given that we filed these on June 27th, we're obviously 2 weeks past that.
Oh, yes, we are.
And it's certainly not our intent to do anything to delay the commencement of the trial as scheduled.
The proposed date of when this would occur is not specific. It's not certain. It's pretty much a moving piece of jello. Is there anything that you can do to convince me that it's otherwise going to be a specific date in what you're asking to do with filing these motions several weeks after you believe the state has complied?
Unfortunately, it has been a moving target because we have not received all of the discovery from the state. During the depositions, during yesterday's deposition, we learned that he had conducted call frequency analysis between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson for a longer period of time than that had been previously disclosed. He is going to send us that if he had completed a report. He's also sending us the PDFs of the actual call frequency analysis that is contained in the demonstrative, because those are just excerpts of the call frequency analysis. So he's going to be sending us the completed call frequency analysis. So I say that to demonstrate that it is difficult for the defense to file any appropriate motions or to provide appropriate responsive either demonstratives or exhibits when we still have not received everything from the state.
At the same time, to file, and how many motions are we talking about at this point?
Potentially 3, Your Honor.
As to these 3 motions, would any of them affect the ability to actually move forward with the trial on August 19th?
No, I don't believe so. None of them are just positive.
Very well. Do you have any further argument in support of your motion?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Kappelman.
No objection, Your Honor. We've just asked that we be given the same grace. I'm aware of at least 1 or 2 more things that the state intends to do that could, need to be done past the deadline. So all indications are that both sides are working diligently to get this done. I understand your comment about the Jell-O, and I've got a couple orders myself of Jell-O that I'm wrangling, so I'm trying to minimize it, but things do come up past the deadline, so we're going to have to work
Ms.
through those
Kappelman
things.
specifically asked these emails, which has contributed to this. What is it else that you believe is going to come up on the state's behalf?
The emails?
I said, other than the emails,
Oh,
what do you
do I
think is going
think's
to come
gonna
up on the
up?
state's
There's a
behalf?
defense witness that's been listed that the state has discussed trying to depose and may try to get that done before the deadline. There's a handwriting expert that the defense is aware of, that a handwriting expert exists, but they haven't been given the name or the report yet. I don't have the report yet, so that's something that's pending that would be in violation of Your Honor's order. So there are a couple outstanding issues that I'm aware of. I was not aware of the issue that the defense just brought up regarding Corbett having done a report, but he does do work to generate the slides that were prepared and discovered by the discovery deadline. When asked about how did you come to those conclusions in deposition, he's going to say, I looked at the data. Well, they want to see that data. Okay, we don't object to that, but I don't think that's the same thing as a discovery violation.
The final pretrial hearing is August 8th. As to the date of when all motions need to be filed, so we can have a meaningful hearing on August 8th and proceed to an orderly trial on the merits. These motions are going to need to be filed by July 21st. Any motion that is not filed by either the state or the defense by that date, the issues are subject to being deemed as waived. If you need to seek leave to amend as to the specific motions that will be filed on this date, you may certainly do so. However, again, this is not just arbitrary date making to throw something out. If we are going to in fact have a trial on the merits that will be orderly, both parties needed to see what you intend to raise as pretrial legal issues that the court needs to rule upon. There's not going to be a trial by surprise either for the state or for the defense. Am I making myself clear?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you state those dates one more time? Motions to be filed by July 21st and final motion hearings on August 8th. Is that correct?
The final pretrial hearing is on August 8th. This time has already been set apart by a previous order. As to the motions in limine that have been filed, I believe the defense has renewed its motion concerning the Latin Kings. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has the state filed any motion in limine by the previous deadline?
We renewed motions that were filed previously. There's nothing new.
Well, as previously ordered, copies of all of these motions, when they are filed, they need to be served upon the court. Please do so if you've not already done that regarding what has already been filed. believe the next date that we will have, unless there are other issues that need to be addressed, will be August 8th. Does either party have anything it needs to raise?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Well, we are in recess for this afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can, yeah, go ahead. What's that? It's good to file as is.
Did you enjoy your holiday, Judge?
Oh, the weather was good in both Maine and Canada. Could have been cooler, but it was nice.
Okay. I guess that's calling that the Adelson matriarch trial. I think that that judge is going to be good. Stupid, tried to leave the country. I guess she's still using her son's attorneys. I thought she had changed attorneys because I thought they said they weren't going to allow her to do that. Like at first, I thought that she had said, okay, I waive any confidentiality or whatever. Not confidentiality, conflict of interest.
Welcome back. This morning, we're shining the spotlight on.
I thought I shut you off. Shut up, Ann Jeanette, Levy, whatever your name is. I thought that, if like at first they were her attorneys, and she said that she waived any conflict of interest or whatever, or her son did or whatever. But then I thought they went back and changed and said no, there would be conflicts of interest, so they couldn't use them. But apparently not. But I don't know why I missed like the whole his whole trial where Wendy testified, and like wasn't she given immunity for anything she said during his trial? But I still think that everybody's like, okay, well now they got her mom, so next it's her turn. But like they got her while she was trying to like leave the country. And I think they said she was going to a country where they didn't have extradition. That's going to be Gandalf. He's going to have wool for his hair and his eyebrows and his beard. He's going to be cute too. And his body, what I do with his body? I finished his body today too. There's his body. Oh, I got to do his belt. He's going to have a belt. So that's another Florida case. That's in I can't remember if it's Jacksonville or Tallahassee. But that's Dan Markel, I think is the guy's name that died. His wife, Wendy, that lady that whose hearing we just watched, that was Wendy's mom, Dan Markel's mother-in-law. So Wendy had a hit put out on him. She's not charged. Her brother was the one that had the hit put out on him. But they were all involved in it because they had gotten divorced, but she wanted sole custody, basically. So selfish. Don't take your kids' parents away from them. You made the kids together. You have to share them now. They have 2 parents. You have to share them. Okay, guys. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. And as soon as I turn the computer off, there'll be a verdict. Vietnam, that was it. That was it. I couldn't remember what country it was. I knew it was a country that didn't have extradition with the U.S. Man. Yeah, I didn't follow that case very closely, and I don't know why. I didn't watch his trial at all. I just saw like clips of Wendy's testimony, I think. And that was it. And then the trial before that, was it a trial or did they take a plea? Because, like, the actual person that did it, it's like, okay, so he was a dentist, I think. Her brother was a dentist. His ex-girlfriend is the person that was the shady character that knew a hitman. So he got his ex, or maybe it was his girlfriend at the time. He got her. Oh, that's right. That's right. He was the law professor from FSU. So it's Tallahassee. Okay. That's right. He was a law professor at FSU. I don't know why I get Tallahassee and Jacksonville mixed up, but I do. They're not even in the same side of the state, but I get them mixed up. So I guess it was his girlfriend at the time, but then they later broke up. I think. I don't know. I don't know the details of this one. I know the generalities. So, and I don't know if they took a plea or if there was a trial, but the girlfriend, the actual hitman, and then the brother-in-law, they're all in jail. Wendy's still out. She got immunity to testify at her brother's trial, but the immunity it wasn't like blanket immunity for everything. It was just blanket immunity for the things she testified at the trial, I guess. So she could still be implicated as part of it for things that didn't come out at trial that she did, I guess. And then now it was just like, let's wait and see. They were still like getting evidence on the mom. So I guess that's the Adelson matriarch murder that they're calling it, the Adelson matriarch murder trial, I guess they're calling it now. I don't know. So that's what this one is. And I still think they need to get Wendy. But then of course I don't even know how old the kids are. Cuz this happened years ago now. Poor kids. God. Yeah, and it's just selfish. It's just pure selfishness. They don't even stop and think. They just think, I don't want to share the kids. Was he, was it, and wasn't it just he's up here and they're in South Florida? Wasn't that just the thing? Like, that's not that far. Florida's not a huge state. I mean, come on. Whatever. I don't know. I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And every single person in the world knows when you marry someone, there's a possibility you're going to have kids with this person. And there's a possibility that one day that love is going to turn to hate. And you're going to want to divorce this person. And then you're going to have to share kids with a person you hate. You're going to have to learn to deal with that. Killing that person is not the answer. I don't understand. Why are people that stupid? I just don't understand. It makes no sense. It just makes no sense. It makes no sense. I remember when Travis and I were dating. And I don't know what dawned on me to ask him this question. Because normal people don't do this. I guess maybe it was a test question because I was dating him. And I really liked him. And because his ex-wife cheated on him. And I actually asked him why he didn't kill her. And I don't know what possessed me to ask him that question because normal people don't do that. And he said, because if he had done that, then his girls wouldn't have a mom or a dad because he would go to prison. And like I said, I must have been a test question. Like, you know how when you date someone and you ask them test questions to find out their nature or whatever, you know? Because I have no idea why I asked him that. It just was one of those like blurt out things. But he answered it correctly. But it's stupid. He had the right answer. It's stupid to do that. It's selfish. It's the most selfish thing you can do in the world. Okay, guys. I need to go rest. I need to go lay down. I'm hurting. And I'm getting silly. Because I'm hurting. So. Hopefully they won't come back today. Because that means I'm going to go in there and get all comfortable and have to come back out here and say, we have a verdict. Oh. You know, I think this is the way I look at it when we have verdicts, that even if they kind of know, because you know they make up their minds, you know they have an idea when they go back there, and they tell them now, they're like, don't do a straw man vote. I don't know why they call it that. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but they're like, don't do a straw man vote. Look at all the evidence first before you make up your mind. And you know that they've already made some kind of decision in their head. Because we do, right? You know we do, so they must too. But I think that they probably decide we have to look at all of the evidence again and go step by step through everything. We can't just sit down at the table, straw poll. Okay, thank you. Not straw man, straw straw man is a kind of fallacy. Straw poll. Okay. Well, why is it called a straw poll? And why is straw man a kind of fallacy? Okay, so why is it called a straw poll? Is that like drawing straws? Is that why it's called a straw poll? But I guess they figure we need to sit down and look at all of the evidence. So they don't think we just came in here and decided just like super quick because we wanted to go home or something. Like we have to look at everything first. So when you have a lot of evidence, it's going to take more than a few minutes to sit down and go through all the evidence. I'm trying to think what was like the fastest verdict I ever saw. Was it Carly Gregg? Was that her name? That one was pretty quick. But also, that was on video. Almost the whole entire thing was on video. If that wall had not been there. Did you guys see that trial? Did you see the video of that? I mean, I don't know why they had a camera inside their house where they did. But this kid, she knew where the cameras were. And she was hiding the gun from the camera. Like, oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Seeing how the wind blows. Yeah. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Because, like, getting the feel of the room, seeing how everybody thinks about it, how the wind blows. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, that kid, she was 15. And she was mad because she had a THC vape and there was a guy that she liked. She had a burner phone because she didn't want her mom to know that she was, I guess, texting some kid that her mom didn't want her to be with. 15, which is normal 15-year-old behavior. That is normal 15-year-old behavior. Shooting your mother because you're mad? No, that is not normal 15-year-old behavior. And then, not only did she do that, then she texted her stepfather pretending to be her mother. Like, when are you going to come home, sweetie? And then met him at the door and shot him. And then ran away and pretended like she was in like some kind of fugue state and didn't know what happened. I was like, whoa, what? Now, the one thing though, I do agree that she was guilty. The one thing though, I'm not quite sure should have happened. She got life without parole. I don't know about giving a 15-year-old life without parole. But she definitely needed prison. Nope. They don't even have a clock up though. It just says verdict watch. I don't know why they don't have a clock up. Just says verdict watch. I'm really hesitant. I don't know. My back is hurting. Not my lower back. I should have told my pain management doctor, but I didn't want to. It doesn't hurt bad enough that I want any more shots in my back right now, so I'm just like I'm fine. I'm doing really good. When it gets to the point, when it gets bad enough that I need more, then I'll call him and I'll be like, I think I have a higher up problem. They burnt the nerves in my lower back, and my lower back doesn't hurt anymore now. But I'm starting to hurt up in the middle a little bit. But it doesn't hurt bad enough that I want them to start sticking needles in my back up there. But it is hurting bad enough that I want to go lay down. But I just know as soon as I turn it off, they're going to come back with a verdict. I don't know why. They're typing song lyrics into the chat on Court TV. She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus and America too. R.I.P. Tom Petty. I don't know why. Somebody said they've been out since 2:20 p.m. and it's 4:28. So 2 hours and 8 minutes. Half an hour. Should I wait till 5? I could sing for y'all, but then I just have to cut it out when I get copyright struck for it. Or claimed, whatever. Oh, straw poll per dictionary.com, an unofficial ballot conducted as a test of opinion. Yeah, I like just because's definition better too. Well, what's a straw man? I don't know why I thought it was straw man poll. Did anyone see Granny Donna Sue in the Paddy Wagon video, Real Actress? I didn't watch it. I saw the thumbnail. I don't watch. Oh, that's Law and Crimes chat that gets so nasty. I don't know about Court TV's chat. I usually don't pay attention to them. Let's see if Law and Crime has a clock up. No, they have the actual clock up, the pretty clock up, but not like a count. Where did that video of her go? Watch, I won't be able to find it now. I've seen it 50 times. Now when I want to find it, I can't find it. Oh, well, I can't find it. Did you get your laptop set up, Judy?
Have you seen this video?
I don't know whose video this is, and I hope I don't get in trouble for playing it. But I'm playing it.
Have you seen this video?
That's Alan Jackson, isn't it? Is this the video you were talking about, Judy?
Why should we call 911?
Do you know how frustrating it is that after the trial, after the 2 trials, we finally get to see these videos that Alan Jackson, I don't know who is filming, but Alan Jackson is out on the grass. That is a view from Brian Albert's bedroom at 34 Fairview Road. I don't know when they took the video. Clearly it's in the spring, summer. It's no snow on the ground. But that is the view from Brian Albert's room. Remember when he was in a cold sleep? Why you cold, Brian? Is it because you were out all night in the snow cleaning up? Cleaning up John O'Keefe's body? Dragging him out there? Just a thought. But anyway, that is the sound that you can hear from the bedroom of Mr. Alan Jackson doing a little, whoo, Paul. Listen, I live in an older home here, okay? We have some windows in this house that are, they're the single pane windows. You can basically whisper outside and we can hear you. I can pretty much guarantee that if Jen McCabe was up on that stand and saying that Karen Reed was screaming, crazy, going hysterical, yelling all of those things, saying, I mean, don't even want to get into it. I hit him, which we know she didn't say, but whatever. Even if she was screaming, you know,
What are you barking at, Belle?
Christmas is coming, whatever she was screaming, that man woke up. That man woke up out of a cold sleep. He woke up out of a dead sleep. He probably would have woken up out of a coma. I don't care how many, you know, gingers and sodas he had the night before. Chloe the dead dog, and yes, I said dead, and that wasn't an accident because I believe they killed that dog the night before, right after the dog sadly committed schmurder. Okay? That dead dog woke up
out of her grave from the screaming of Karen Reed outside.
think
The
she's
entire
dead.
neighborhood woke up, was just too scared of the cop family
I don't think she's
to
dead.
figure out what was going on. But don't you bullshit me that you just were sleeping over there. You woke up. You woke right up. You heard everything. You watched it. And you said, oh shit, here we go. And Jen McCabe, in 3, 2, 1, had to put on her best acting face. And she didn't scare you, Nicole, and say, wake up. John is dead on the front lawn. She came in and she said, okay, guys, it's going according to plan. And then the plan was in motion. And knowing Brian Albert, looking at your face, you probably said, okay, who wants a bagel? Liars.
Okay. Those views are not my views. I was just curious as to what that was about. Those views are not my views. I do believe he could hear what was going on his front lawn, though. I do believe he could hear what was going on. Yeah, I think he could hear it all. I don't think Chloe was dead, though. I think Chloe went home with Caitlin after the party. I think that he erroneously thought it would look better if he didn't go rushing out there. I think that was the wrong move. I think he should have gone, oh my God, what happened to John? I think that's what he should have done. And I think he miscalculated on that. I think that was a miscalculation on Brian Albert's part. And I think that, I don't know why they didn't answer the phone when Jen called. I don't know if that was part of the plan or whatever. I don't know. I think Chloe went home with Caitlin. I think they did rehome her. I don't think they euthanized her. She might not be around anymore now, but yeah, I could tell without even being able to see his face good who that was, because build and everything. Yeah, that was, you can definitely tell what's by looking out the window. You could see. He could look out that window and, well, it was dark though, but still, with the lights from the vehicles and everything, you could still look down there and tell there was a body on the lawn and tell what was going on down there. And I would have rushed out to see what was going on. If there's police cars and ambulances in your yard, aren't you going to go outside to see what's going on? It's more suspicious if you don't. I mean, come on. That, I will never get over that. Human beings are curious by nature. We are. And no one is going to just stay in their house if there's cop cars and ambulances on their lawn. They're just not going to do that, whether they can help or not. That's why we have the term rubbernecking. That's what people do. They look. Man. Okay, guys. I'm going to call it a day. I will keep an eye on it, and I will be back if we have a verdict today. I don't know if they're going to be the kind of jury that wants to stay there and get things done so they don't have to come back on Monday, or if they're going to go home at 5 and enjoy their weekend and be back on Monday for more deliberation. But I will be keeping an eye on it. So make sure you have your notifications turned on, because I might be back later today sometime with a verdict if there is one. So just turn your notifications on and hopefully YouTube will notify you. So thank you guys for coming out. I love each and every one of you, my lurkers, my replay, even the people that didn't stick around. I love you all, and I will see you later today if there's a verdict. If not, I will see you Monday morning at 8 o'clock for more Phil Spector. And everybody have a great weekend. And hopefully I will finally get to go to Typhoon Lagoon tomorrow and have a great time. And I might be able to make a fun video for you guys. So be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you. And so do I. Bye, guys. I will see you Monday. Have a great weekend.